Good morning, everyone. Morning, colleagues. Morning to our central staff, employees who, like I always say, they do exceptional work behind the scenes. Good morning to our testifiers, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee of the Whole meeting of Monday, March 4th, 2025 is hereby called to order. This is a continuation of the meeting that we had yesterday. We started yesterday regarding the cost of living pressures in our territory. Yesterday we had a pretty engaging conversation with subject matter experts, policy officials, and government. My colleagues asked some very probing, very important questions concerning the state of our economy, state of cost of living here in the Virgin Islands. Today we have a continuation of that meeting, and we hope to have an equally engaging and productive meeting today. Our meeting today is not going to be as lengthy as yesterday, but I think the time spent was well worth it. Our next step following this committee of the whole meeting is going to be identifying the specific follow-up strategies that we can do, because ultimately we are here to positively impact the quality of life for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. So, without further ado, Madam Clerk, can we please have a roll call? A quorum call. Sorry, thank you.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Bolquez Jr., present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Present.
Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes, here.
Senator Gittens, present. Senator Maurice C. James.
I am here.
Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Sr. Senator Joseph, Sr. Senator Joseph, Sr., absent. He's there.
Present.
Senator Joseph, Sr., present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet. Senator Vialet, absent. Mr. Chairman, 13 members present, 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum and are therefore prepared to proceed. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Letter dated March 4th, 2025, to the Honorable Milton E. Potter, Senate President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, USVI, 00802. Dear Senate President Potter, I will be late in attending the Committee of the Whole meeting scheduled for today, Tuesday, March 4th, 2025. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, and I look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Kurt A. Vialet, Chairman, Committee on Education and Workforce Development, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Is that it? Thank you. Can you please mark Senator Vialet as excused?
Senator Vialet, excused. Mr. President, 13 members present, 1 absent, 1 excused.
Thank you very much. Testifiers, welcome. We're going to ask you to put your name and position on the record from right to left.
All right. Good morning. Wilbur Francis, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning. Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Good morning, Kyle Fleming, Director, Virgin Islands Energy Office.
Thank you very much, testifiers. We're going to ask Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record before we proceed with testimony?
The Committee of the Whole will continue to receive testimony on the economic pressures impacting the cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Part 3, high fuel prices, breakdown of gas pricing, wholesale versus retail, impact of global market trends on local gas prices, the role of transportation and freight costs on price inflation, government oversight and regulation of gas pricing, potential for renewable energy and alternative fuel solutions. Invited testifiers, Kyle Fleming, Director, VI Energy Office. Lawrence Ramnan Singh, President, VI Taxi Association. Kerry Harrigan, Manager, Best Taxi. Alison Petrus, Owner, Petrus Gas. Honorable Natalie Hodge, Commissioner, VI Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Wayne Biggs, Chief Executive Officer, VI Economic Development Authority. Part 4, sales tax versus gross receipt taxes. Comparative analysis of sales tax and gross receipt taxes. Economic impact on businesses and consumers. Revenue implications for the government. Insights from academic and economic experts, recommendations for tax reform or adjustments. Invited testifiers, Dr. Mark Renner, economist. Joel Lee, Director, VI Bureau of Internal Revenue. Julio Reimer, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Honorable Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner, VI Department of Finance. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's financial team, comprised of the Honorable Joel Lee, Julia Reimer, Kevin McCurdy, they are going to be here later in the morning to present their testimony. So we're going to ask Mr. Kyle Fleming, of the Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, if you can please proceed with your testimony, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you again for the invitation to appear before the Committee of the Whole and this opportunity to inform the public about some of the exciting transportation opportunities taking shape in the Virgin Islands today. As I stated before, I'm the Director of the Virgin Islands Energy Office, and for the past 6 years, me and my team have worked to usher in Governor Albert Bryan's vision of an energy sovereign territory. The price of gasoline in the territory has beaten the national average for some time, with St. Croix rates stubbornly fixed at $3.99 a gallon for nearly the entirety of 2024, a trend which seems set to continue into the new year. Prices on St. Thomas and St. John are even more punishing, and Virgin Islanders, regardless of jurisdiction, are having to spend more to engage in essential travel, leaving family budgets strained. I'm sure much of the conversation today will circle around how we as leaders can better control the cost at the pump, and while I certainly believe there's room for improvement relative to ensuring local fuel suppliers are better community stewards of the critical commodity that they provide, unfortunately, regardless of the local policies put in place, the Virgin Islands will never be able to control or even influence the cost of fossil fuels imported into the territory. However, the cost of electricity within the territory is within the territory's grasp of control. Even though we haven't yet fully realized the cost efficiency potential, every step we take towards increasing renewable energy adoption mitigates our sole dependence on imported fossil fuels. For this core reason, the Virgin Islands Energy Office has been steadfast in promoting the benefits of ditching the pump and reaching for the plug to meet local transportation needs. Mass adoption of electric vehicles allows the community to leverage an electricity commodity whose price we can ultimately control, as opposed to imported gasoline whose price will always be dictated to us. At the Energy Office, we have tailored policies and programs that are designed to help Virgin Islanders cut down on the cost of their commutes, significantly reduce the cost of vehicle maintenance, and reduce hazardous pollutants. These initiatives include rebates for new and used electric vehicles, which in 2024 alone, the Energy Office gave out over $150,000 of federal funding to approximately 30 recent EV adopters in the territory. Softening the hearts and minds, long accustomed to traditional gas vehicles, and people who are extremely apprehensive of the utility's electrical service reputation, has been the foremost challenge the Energy Office has faced in its efforts to offer consumers access to alternatives. Access to local electric vehicle service has been another challenge. However, early last month, a letter of intent between the government and owners of the territory's auto dealership was signed with the goal of beginning to open the door for local dealerships that leverage federal funds towards the expansion of electric vehicle service capabilities in the territory. This opens up the possibility to be providing vehicles locally, as well as moving forward to expanding the broader consumer adoption of electric vehicles as well. This year, the Energy Office plans to expand the transportation revolution the agency laid the foundation for beginning in 2022, when we saw the ambitious procurement of 20 all-electric vehicles for the government fleet. The initial purchase sent shockwaves through the government, introducing the territory's civil servants to the potential of electric vehicles as they delivered essential services and showcasing to the public at large that the technology could be a success in our unique island environment. Since then, the Energy Office has been at the vanguard of the government's efforts to procure cleaner running vehicles. Most recently, last year, the Energy Office procured 8 F-150 all-electric pickup trucks capable of displacing some of the GVI fleet's most utilized workhorses. But getting electric vehicles on island is only one aspect of the challenge that must be overcome to make this technology ubiquitous in the territory. The Energy Office is championing the construction of public level 2 EV chargers, 8 of which were installed on St. Croix over the holiday season, and work is well underway to finalize the remaining installations, which are intended to be completed by summer of 2025. The Energy Office has also been funded to deploy solar and battery-coupled charging stations that will not only be renewably powered, but will leverage the battery technology to ensure availability of these chargers even during the instances of grid outages. These stations will be installed prior to the end of this year. The inflationary pressures that have seen gas prices soar in the territory for the last few years show no sign of easing, and there are only so many non-essential purchases working families can continue to defer as they struggle to keep their vehicles on the road. One of my goals as director of the Energy Office is to make the switch to electric vehicles a no-brainer decision for residents. The legislature has historically been instrumental in incorporating alternative fuel policies that the Energy Office has leveraged to support grant proposals and even program design. The recent advancements and availability of electric vehicle technology highlights the need for updated legislation that makes an already cost-efficient decision even easier for Virgin Islanders to make. This concludes my testimony, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you so very much, Director Fleming. Now we're going to ask Commissioner Natalie Hodge of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs to proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Senate President Potter, esteemed senators, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Commissioner Natalie Hodge from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Today I'm joined by Assistant Commissioner Horace Graham, General Counsel Geraldine P. Baval, and Director Francis of Enforcement. We thank you for the opportunity given to provide testimony on behalf of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs regarding the broader economic pressures affecting the cost of living in the Virgin Islands, in particular high gas prices. As the agency responsible for for consumer protection and business regulation, the DLCA plays a critical role in ensuring market transparency, conveying price trends, and enforcing laws that safeguard residents against unfair pricing and deceptive trade practices. Today, I will present our insight into the economic pressures resulting from the pricing of retail fuel in the territory, the DLCA's current market efforts, and policy considerations aimed at enhancing affordability and economic stability for Virgin Islands. Enforcement of consumer protection laws. The DLC enforces a variety of laws aimed at safeguarding consumer rights. These include, but are not limited to, number one, the Consumer Protection Law. The Consumer Protection Law safeguards consumers against unfair deceptive trade practices that could mislead or harm consumers. It establishes standards for fair trade, requiring businesses to operate with integrity. The DLC enforces compliance through investigations, legal action, and consumer education, ensuring that businesses remain accountable and consumers can make informed decisions. Number two, the Price Control Act. The Price Control Act is a critical regulation designed to protect consumers from deceptive business practices, such as fraudulent contracts, hidden fees, and misleading market tactics. It prohibits businesses from imposing unfair terms on customers and ensuring transparency in transactions. DLC enforces compliance by investigating consumer complaints, taking action against violators, and promoting fair competition. Additionally, DLC provides public reports such as the Retail Fuel Survey and St. Croix rack rates to enhance price transparency in critical sectors. Number three, the Unfair Trade Practices Law. This regulation protects consumers from deceptive business practices such as fraudulent contracts, hidden fees, and misleading marketing tactics. It prohibits businesses from imposing unfair terms on customers and ensures transparency in transactions. The DLC enforces compliance by investigating consumer complaints, taking action against violators, and promoting fair competition. Additionally, DLCA provides public reports such as Retail Fuel Survey and St. Croix rack rates to enhance price transparency to critical sectors. Number four, the Truth in Pricing Rules and Regulations. The Truth in Pricing Rules and Regulations mandates businesses to provide clear and accurate pricing information. Retailers must display correct prices on shelves, menus, and promotional materials. DLC enforces these rules through inspections, advertisement reviews, and responses to consumer complaints, helping to uphold fair and honest commercial practices. Through weekly routine inspections, compliance audits, and investigative operations, the DLCA Consumer Affairs Division actively monitors the marketplace to detect and deter violations of consumer protection laws. These enforcement actions help identify businesses engaging in fraudulent practices, price manipulation, or non-compliance with regulatory standards. Regular oversight ensures that the businesses adhere to fair trade principles, fostering a competitive and ethical economic environment. Lastly, DLCA publishes a weekly fuel price report reflecting real-time prices of retail fuel at all retail locations and the wholesale price at the rack in the St. Croix district. While this tool provides valuable transparency, as with other consumer goods, it is not a formal economic analysis of inflation trends. Those seeking long-term price trend data should refer to the Bureau of Economic Research, which conducts in-depth cost of living analysis. The DLCA's role in price monitoring. There is often confusion regarding DLCA's responsibility in tracking fuel prices. While DLCA publishes a weekly fuel report to provide a snapshot of current prices for retail rates for regular, premium, and diesel fuel in the territory, the fuel report offers real-time pricing insight, but is not designed for tracking trends over significant periods. Consumers looking for comprehensive cost of living data should refer to the BER, which conducts formal economic assessments. The purpose of DLCA's fuel survey is to provide transparency in pricing and to inform consumers of the cost of fuel throughout the territory. We understand much of the frustration comes from the price disparity between the districts. And although logistics of getting fuel feel like they should be similar, it is important to note that currently most of the fuel sold in the St. Croix district is held in the terminal on island, while St. Thomas and John rely on smaller shipments that arrive much more frequently. For those seeking consumer price index information or motor vehicle fuel price information that represents economic trends over time, the BER is the designated agency responsible for compiling such data. The BER conducts structured analysis that account for inflation, cost of living changes, and other economic indicators that impact the financial well-being of consumers in the Virgin Islands. These reports offer a reliable measure of economic trends and help track long-term price changes. It is crucial for consumers to understand the purpose of DLCA's fuel survey, which is to inform the public and make other retailers aware of the price and fuel available around the territory. While DLCA remains committed to consumer advocacy and price transparency, its role does not extend to producing long-term economic data, CPI reports, or establishing the retail price of fuel. Fuel costs. DLCA remains committed to our mission of ensuring fair business practices, consumer protection, and pricing transparency. However, our functions are clearly defined, and any inquiries or concerns that fall outside the DLCA jurisdiction, including establishing profit margins without a price freeze order in place or a study to ensure that a fair profit margin is permitted, or providing economic analysis over significant periods of time, are appropriately redirected to the relevant agencies. In order to promote transparency and improve communication, several members of our DLCA team met with the industry leaders in the retail fuel distribution, including Sol Petroleum and Total Energies. These meetings were held on October 4, 2024, and February 6, 2025, respectively. We found that the meetings were productive and encouraging, and the information that we obtained will be summarized below. However, this is not an exhaustive list of everything discussed, but I hope it captures the tone and intent of the meeting. A meeting with Sol Petroleum in October 2024. As previously discussed, DLCA does not have the authority to regulate the price of fuel at the rack beyond the terms outlined in the agreement to operate at Ocean Point Terminal, formerly the Lime Tree Bay Rack. It is important to note that current pricing formula does not account for additional fees such as delivery costs or business expenses. Additionally, the relationships between the local businesses and fuel suppliers can significantly influence the rates paid by the individual businesses. Though the potential risks associated with publishing the wholesale rack rates for Sol Petroleum without doing the same for other companies engaged in the fuel trade in the territory was emphasized. Sol Petroleum agreed to the publishing of rack rates, which only supports the commitment to transparency. Even though such a practice could negatively impact the profitability of local businesses and inadvertently encourage retailers to import fuel rather than purchasing from the local rack operator, it was determined that public trust and transparencies outweigh the risks. Seoul Petroleum's ongoing partnership and commitment to supporting the territory's fuel distribution is a major benefit to our fuel market. The price disparity between St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John underscores the impact, and with a planned expansion into the St. Thomas district soon, we hope residents and visitors on the St. Thomas St. John district can expect increased market competition, likely leading to a positive effect on fuel prices. Meeting with Total Energies. In our February 5th, 2025 discussion with Total Energies, one of the main distributors of fuel in the St. Thomas district, we covered several subjects related to the current state of the fuel industry in the territory and the price differences between St. Thomas St. John and St. Croix markets. This meeting highlighted the stable but higher cost of fuel in the St. Thomas compared to the stable and lower cost of fuel in St. Croix, which is a direct result of a bi-weekly price setting model and supply chain constraints. Unlike the continental US, where fuel price fluctuates frequently, St. Thomas operates on a structured schedule that smooths out price volatility, ensuring consumers do not experience extreme fluctuations. While there are only two major distributors, Total Energies and Puma, independent gas stations help maintain competition by choosing suppliers based on pricing, which prevents a monopoly in price control. In St. Thomas, we do not have a clear insight into the pricing inputs that shape the fees that are paid at the pump. Compared to St. Croix, where Seoul Petroleum provides detailed pricing data, we recognize that St. Thomas has a significant transparency gap. The lack of accessible data adds to the public's distrust, leading to assumptions that higher prices result from excessive profit margins. To address this, Total Energies committed to discussing the possibility of sharing a more detailed breakdown of pricing components, including supply chain costs, transportation fees, and operational costs. In addition to pricing, the discussion also covered external factors that impact fuel availability and cost. Seasonal tourism affects fuel demand, with peak consumption in the winter months and lower usage in the summer. During hurricane season, Total Energies increases fuel stock on the island to prevent shortages, ensuring continuity in case of extreme weather events. While these fluctuations affect the supply logistics, they do not significantly alter the pricing strategy due to the structured bi-weekly pricing model. Through continued collaboration, both parties aim to provide clarity on fuel prices while maintaining stable supply and fair pricing for the consumers. While focused on the St. Thomas and St. John fuel pricing, the discussion covered supply chains, competition, regulations, and price transparency. Insights from Total Energy will inform the territory-wide investigation and price monitoring, reinforcing DLCA's commitment to the public transparency. We thank you for the opportunity to testify on this important issue. We recognize fuel prices are a major concern for businesses, consumers, and utilities. The DLCA remains committed to fair business practices, consumer protection, and price transparency. Our discussions with Seoul Petroleum on Total Energies was just the beginning of a broader effort to collaborate with distributors, stakeholders, and this body to enhance the consumer experience. Moving forward, our commitment to transparency and insight from the ongoing cost living analysis will help us better understand the industry and build the public trust. We appreciate the support of Governor Albert Bryan Jr., the Brian Roach administration, and the legislature in these efforts, and we stand ready to provide any additional information necessary to advance consumer rights in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Again, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee of Whole today. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hodge. We are going to take a brief recess. I understand the governor's financial team is assembling. I know over here on St. Thomas, Commissioner McCurdy is here, and I understand that Director Lee is on his way to the chambers on St. Croix. And OMB Director is also here on St. Thomas. So just so, once we resume, we can just flow. We'll take a brief, I would say a brief 5 minutes, brief 5-minute recess, allow the governor's financial team to settle in, and then we will resume. The Committee of the Whole meeting of March 4th is hereby in recess. Good morning, everyone. Committee of the Whole meeting is back on the record. We have the members of the government's financial team now available and fully assembled. We're going to ask we're going to ask the testifiers to put their names on the record, the new testifiers, the members of the governor's financial team, beginning in St. Croix with Director Lee, and we'll continue here on St. Thomas. We're not hearing you over here, Director Lee.
Good day, Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Morning and welcome. On St. Thomas, beginning with OMB Director.
Julia Reimer, Office of Management and Budget Director.
Good morning, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. We're going to ask you, Director Lee, are you prepared to proceed with your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good day. Once again, I'm here on behalf of the Governor's financial team, and my testimony is regarding the sales tax and gross receipt tax. Greetings, Honorable Milton Potter, President of the 36th Legislature, and all the honorable senators present here today. Greetings to persons present in the chambers and the listening and viewing audience. I am Joel A. Lee, Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Internal Revenue. I appear before you today to share my thoughts on the topic of sales tax versus gross receipts tax. Just to set the record straight from the beginning, I want to point out that these two taxes can be administered simultaneously. There is no rule that would indicate that we need to choose between the two taxes. However, it is important to note that the Virgin Islands has always been marketed as a duty-free destination, so we should keep that in mind as we consider the impact that this may have on our tourism market, especially as we compete with other Caribbean destinations. As you are aware, sales tax is added to the end user's bill, also known as the customer's bill. So it's collected by the retailer and would be remitted to the Bureau. In this instance, the retailer is treated as a third-party custodian, charged with the collection of taxes for the government. This is unlike the gross receipt tax, where the actual tax is the responsibility of the retailer and cannot be passed on to the end user/customer. The justification for being able to charge a sales tax in the territory is simply based on the fact that the sales transactions occur within the Virgin Islands. This potential sales tax will also be applied to online sales and mail order sales. The reasoning for including online sales is based on a minimum number of sales transactions in the territory and/or the amount of gross or taxable sales in a year. This is known as the threshold value. The average threshold value are 200 transactions and/or $100,000 in taxable sales per retailer based on a review of several states' sales tax thresholds. Please be aware that the implementation of this sales tax will require funding. As this will be a new revenue source, it will require software, hardware, and an entirely new department within the Bureau. The VI code will have to clearly identify which goods, services, sales, and transactions will be applicable to this proposed sales tax and clearly state the goods and service that will be exempt from it. The least ambiguity that exists in these areas will reduce the administrative burden inherent in tax laws where the taxpayer is not clear what his tax liability should be. There is a trend in the U.S. to allow for the comprehensive implementation of sales tax across most states. 44 states and D.C. have sought to simplify and make a uniform process for the benefit of both the states and the taxpayers. The streamlined sales and use tax agreement assists retailers who operate in multiple states as well as remote sellers by allowing for a software system that collects the tax and remits it to the state in which the sales take place. The software is paid for by those states that have joined in this agreement, and the taxpayers use it to comply with the law. If there is a sales tax implemented in the Virgin Islands, it will come with a cost to the government so that the companies can register and have the taxes collected in a simplified manner. It will also come with an expense to local businesses who will now have to purchase the software that will be used to track the sales, possibly update their entire cash register services, monitor their inventory, and remit the collection of the sales tax. The Bureau's data does not allow me to determine what the end user customer sales are, since our current gross receipts sales figures include total sales between the various wholesalers and retailers. Unfortunately, without being able to isolate the sales to the end users, I do not have a real figure to use to calculate the rough estimate of the additional revenue that we would receive from a potential sales tax. As it relates to any recommendations for tax reform or adjustments, I would remind this body that the Tax Study Commission is charged with providing a comprehensive review of the tax laws and should be consulted prior to any isolated changes to the tax code. This commission will soon begin its review and will be able to provide this body with a full review of the tax code. As a final note, I would remind you that the gross receipts tax is tied to our bond covenants, and as such, we are prohibited from altering or reducing our ability to collect the full amount of gross receipts taxes. Senator Potter, thank you, and other members of this body for affording me the opportunity to provide insight on this topic. I am available to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you very much, Director Lee, for your testimony. We're going to go ahead, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, with a 6-minute round, beginning with Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You may proceed with your 6 minutes, Senator. Point of information, you're recognized.
Thank you so kindly. A pleasant good day, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to know, I noticed on the agenda that Professor Wenner was scheduled to be here. Is he here and joining us remotely as he did yesterday?
He notified us that he will not be available today for day 2. He would not be available for day 2.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Senator Francis Heiliger, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff, people of the Virgin Islands. Today's a good day. My first set of questions I want to ask has to do with Mr. Fleming Kyle, the Energy Office. You spoke during your testimony about over $100,000 that was given out in regards to assisting those that have electric vehicles here in the territory. What are some of the things where those funds utilized for, and what do you foresee in the future when it comes to electric vehicles here in the territory, specifically if they additionally need some type of assistance that your office have been providing?
Yes, so what I referenced in the testimony was it's actually our Equitable E-Mobility Rebate Program, which provides $5,000 rebates to the purchase of new and used vehicles for Virgin Islands residents. We actually have, it also allowed for that eligible vehicles to be vehicles that were imported to the territory as well, given the fact that we still have a very limited and almost non-existent local supply of electric vehicles, and most people have to import them in. So that $5,000 in many instances helped to support the offset the shipping cost. We don't necessarily choose where it goes, but that's since most of the vehicles that we did administer the rebate to were sourced off island. That's we assume a lot of that offset would have been realized. So exclusively for the purchase. So purchase of new and used, wanted to ensure that we're not limiting the adoption rate through that program. And again, so far in 2024, we administered about $150,000 from that program, which is federally funded through our state energy program. And really moving forward, I mean, I think there's a great opportunity for a significant expansion of electric vehicle adoption in the territory. I think we are certainly limited by the current availability of electric vehicles sold locally. And that's something that we're trying to address on many fronts by trying to work with our dealerships, in particular, to try and expand and overcome their barriers to providing vehicles locally and ensuring that there's service and support for those vehicles. So people who have either already adopted. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. I want to ask something quickly. One of the things that I've always been curious when it comes to electric vehicles here, any type of study was shown that the cost effectiveness of electric versus gasoline, and what percentage, much higher, lower, whatever you respond, as to which one is better when it comes to cost. And the second part for me, electric vehicles have always, they usually run on the flat. So I could see St. Croix not much of an issue. How does it work? Do you get reports for how they work here in the district of St. Thomas, St. John that have quite a bit of hills? Because that's always been a question I need clarity on.
Yeah, so short answer, electric vehicles perform and oftentimes excel compared to their gas counterparts, even in the most hilly terrain across the territory. There's actually more electric vehicles in St. Thomas and St. John, I think, collectively than St. Croix, which may surprise some, but that's certainly the case. And I'm always surveying not just government users, but even private consumers to assess their experiences. And I've had one person say they have a very steep, slippery driveway when wet, but I think any car would be slipping on it, not specific to electric vehicles. So hills is not a barrier for performance. In terms of the analysis, so we take account of the vehicles that we have procured. We look at essentially the cost per mile. So the easiest way to look at it is how much does it cost to drive a mile in an electric vehicle versus how much does it cost to drive a mile in a gas vehicle. It's the easiest way to kind of compare the cost of both the fuel and electricity. And yes, the electric vehicles, even with WAPA rates, do have a better performance on cost as well.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I need to speak to the IRB director. When you were sharing with us in regards to sales taxes versus gross receipts taxes, I know we really can't touch them right now, but if we were in a situation where we could gradually fade out gross receipts as we go along, where we don't add more things, where we have to keep it frozen, and ultimately transition over to a sales tax, which one, in your opinion, how it's set up right now, is better to accommodate or document more funding coming into the territory? Because I sometimes hear the conversation, if you walk up and you get a sales tax, it's documented, it gets turned over to the government. With gross receipts tax, you're also depending on the retailer to not only incorporate that in, but to make sure they're giving you the accurate amount as well. What are your thoughts about eventually transitioning over, or do you think it should be parallel where we do both?
Good day, Senator. Joel Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. In a nutshell, mathematically, gross receipts taxes generate more revenue to the government because of the multiplier effect, meaning it gets charged on every transaction. Unfortunately, unlike sales tax, which gets charged one time at the end user stage. So mathematically, gross receipts is the bigger revenue generator.
Okay, could I just wrap up with him quickly? I understand that, but then I have to look at it from twofold. I hear it from the perspective of our people are technically being taxed multiple times for the same product, and it makes the government more money, versus them being taxed one time for the same product. Because if you look at it from the perspective of you're taxing them by the time they come in on shipping, you're taxing them by the time somebody has to pay a truck to drop it off, you're taxing them by the time it gets to the store, you're taxing them by the time they purchase it. That's 4 or 5 times they're being taxed for one item versus one time. So yeah, we might have to start looking at how we balance this at some point. But thank you so much for your response. I appreciate it.
Most welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heidegger. Director Lee, has the Bureau conducted any sort of comparative analysis of tax revenues between jurisdictions using sales tax versus the gross receipt tax?
Most jurisdictions actually do not use gross receipts. So
I'm definitely aware of that.
no, the answer is
I'm aware that we are somewhat unique when it comes to the utilization of gross receipts, but I know there are other entities that may, just from a comparative, your answer is no, so I won't press the issue. Your answer is no, you really haven't done any studies in that regard, so that's fine. I wanted to ask Mr. Fleming, Director Fleming, what metrics are you using as Director of the Energy Office? What metrics are you using to measure the success of your current electric vehicle initiatives? And how does that springboard to future development? What's the next step?
Yeah, so a lot of the, I guess, one, we look at the, essentially user experience is a big piece of our assessment, as ensuring that, for example, within the government agencies where vehicles have been deployed, and which is across a wide spectrum. So everything from messenger vehicles, and now with the pickup trucks, we're seeing more, heavy duty kind of work utilization as well. And so really understanding if the vehicles are sufficient to the task, right? So they're not feeling that they're compromising what they would have done with initial or the incumbent traditional vehicles. The other piece is then looking at the cost impact. So we have one of the beauties of the electric vehicles that they're very data heavy. So we could look at any one of our vehicles and see and identify exactly how many kilowatt hours of energy have been used to travel any given distance. And so we're also able to look at what the efficiency of those vehicles are, how efficiently they're using electricity, and then the ultimate cost of actually utilizing that vehicle to traverse various commutes. And then we can then compare that against the actual cost of gas, and which varies across the territory, as we know. So really looking at the user experience and the actual cost, as well as the reductions in maintenance. So comparing how much maintenance was required versus essentially how limited the maintenance needs are once making the transition as well. So there are a couple different areas that we assess across the various distribution of our vehicles, and thus far it's all been positive.
Okay, so as far as just for the next 5 years, right? Does the Energy Office, have you set any sort of plans for the next 5 years? Where do you envision our territory being with regards to EV adoption as well as the charging infrastructure development? I'm talking about over the next 5 years.
Yeah, so one thing I would actually recommend anybody, I'll certainly share this with the Senate. In 2022, the Energy Office conducted an electrification roadmap initiative. So we have actually a pretty comprehensive analysis of various factors, everything from policy to infrastructure to education as well, and kind of guidelines for what we should be striving to do over the next, well, not necessarily 5 years, but it was really over the next 10. So we have that document which exists. It's actually on our Energy Office website under our resources. I'm happy to share. But in terms of exactly how many vehicles, so we don't have a target of how many vehicles we expect to see deployed. We do have milestones for charging infrastructure, given the federal funding we've received to deploy in excess of 40 public chargers which we expect to be on the ground this year.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I want to start out with Energy Office. I think, did you give the amount of chargers that are already in place?
Yeah, so the public chargers that we've installed, so the publicly available ones, there's 8 on St. Croix, and we are working through the next phase, which is going to be on St. Thomas. Government-wise, so we've deployed a number of, we've supported the procurement of chargers for all the government agencies that have received electric vehicles, and that is probably
Are they in place already?
Yeah, the government agencies, yes.
And the reason for asking that, I think when Vitran first started off, they've been having some trouble with those vans and stopped with them. I don't know if it was because of the distance, or do you know have any information as to why that was happening with them?
Yeah, so to be frank, so they have the vans. We got 3 vans last year, or 2 years ago. That company that provided that van was a company that actually has since gone out of business. So getting support for that company, getting support for those particular vehicles has been challenging as a result of.
But slow down with me a bit here. You're saying to me that those vans that we just purchased, that company is already out of business?
Yeah.
So how we got into tangle with that? We purchased something that's like.
Yeah, so I think I'll give you the true lesson learned from that process, right? Because this is a lot of our evolution comes from this. There's the legacy auto manufacturers that clearly have a much different history of development and auto manufacturing versus the vans were something we looked at to try and fit a unique need for passenger transit. They utilized, instead of being this wasn't like a Ford van, this was a Ford chassis and a company that converted that Ford chassis into being fully electric. We've already identified that that's really not the path that we want to go forward. Like a conversion isn't the same as a ground-up engineered solution like the Ford F-150 Lightnings, like even the Tesla Model Ys. So I can assure you moving forward, our approach in terms of our investments are going to be 100% aligned with legacy manufacturers that are ground-up engineered design solutions, so that we don't create any misillusions or misconceptions on the capability of the technology.
I need to ask you this question too. There's a humongous solar panel on the western part up inside of Crusaders. What size is that?
That's 22 megawatts DC, the Hogansburg site.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest. Is it the biggest in the territory thus far?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And how soon that should be online?
We just during our last WAPA board meeting, I think they anticipate somewhere mid-year. I think probably midsummer they expect that to be.
Now, with that coming online, what kind of saving does people should expect to see it and not just relying on the fossil fuel?
Yeah, so I think we're still waiting to get exactly what the specific cost offset for that particular farm will be. But I can say the more solar we have in the mix is the less dependence we'll have on fossil fuels. And one of the things we look at, especially with this increase in renewable energy, and trying to also push for electric vehicles, is how do we align the availability of solar, so daytime, with when we start trying to ensure people are charging their vehicles. It's one of the reasons why we push for workplace charging, which is what most of our government vehicles do. Being able to charge during the day when there's more solar available further offsets our demand on fossil fuels, and so aligning those two activities is key.
In your testimony, you spoke about only $150,000 in EV rebates. Why such a little bit, and what's the amount of money available?
Yeah, so we're federally funded for about $360,000 is what we were provided for rebates. So we're a little over, just under halfway through the funds that are available.
And then I'll go to licensing and consumer. I'm trying to figure out now. We continue talking about the rack rates and this and stuff like that. But what I really want to understand is how often do you guys check weight and measurement for the fuel at the pumps, and how often have you caught people violating and people not getting the full gallon what they pay for? Now, once you go to the pump, you pay for a gallon of gas, and people will tell you, son, I ain't getting a gallon because I can see how my needle moving. How often do you make these checks, and how many times have you found folks in violation?
Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The Weights and Measures Division usually do the checks at the fuel pumps Senator, when there is a modification. So at the time of the inspection, we lock them out. We lock out the pumps. We put a tag on that pump. Where there would be a situation where we would consider a violation if that tag was removed, that would indicate that they may have been tampering with it. And so anytime that tag is removed, then we would have to go in and reevaluate. At the time, usually, and this is what happens on a regular basis, whenever those pumps are being worked on for whatever reason, they bring a technician in because DLCA doesn't adjust the pumps. So there'll be someone there to do that adjustment, and we will then test to ensure that it meets it. In a week, we are certain that the pumps that are out there right now, that they are pumping what it is supposed to be. If you have a reason to believe that one of these pumps may be off, if you notify us, then we can go back and check. But for the most part, once it's tagged out and it's not tampered with, we don't have a reason to go back and mess with it. And usually on an annual basis, we confirm the pumps.
And anyone, in your term since you've been there, have you found anyone to be violating?
I have not known anyone to be violating in the sense that they are, we've actually found where people have been giving away gas.
Time.
In the sense that when they run the evaluation, like when they do the change, if someone is working on the pump, a pump has broken, they're working on the pump. When they evaluate the pump, they find that they're pumping more fuel.
It wasn't calibrated properly to make sure.
Right. So at that time, when our technicians are there and their technicians and our evaluators are there, they make the adjustments, we reevaluate, and we lock the pump out.
You were supposed to say you're going good. Continue. Thank you very much. My time has been cut. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. DLCA. No, Commissioner Haji mentioned in your testimony that St. Thomas operates on a biweekly pricing model, and you also mentioned that there was a serious transparency gap. We all know that the lowest price on St. Thomas is $4.69 per gallon. On St. Croix, it's like almost like 70 cents difference between the prices at the pump for St. Thomas versus St. Croix. There's this transparency gap that you mentioned. Could you elaborate, just for our edification, as to who sets these prices and what oversight exists for this process?
Assistant Commissioner Graham, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The testimony, as we shared, identified the idea of a transparency gap, and how we identify that is the fact that in the St. Thomas district, we don't have the real-time available data that we have with the RAC. So we have multiple wholesalers or suppliers, and as you would have seen in our testimony, we shared that recent conversations and engagements that we're seeking to have with these entities to sort of give clarity to where and what's happening with regard to those prices. So that's where when we talk about transparency, we know what the rack rate on St. Croix is, and we have to determine and try to understand what that rate is in the St. Thomas St. John district.
So you're saying that there are some remediation strategies that you are about to embark on so that we can have more clarity regarding...
Absolutely, and one of the areas I think we have spoken to that recently, where we talked about the fuel study, not the fuel study, but the cost of living analysis. In 2017, they didn't have a significant component that dealt with fuel. They made reference to some fuel assessments, but in this iteration of the cost of living analysis, this update to the cost of living analysis, fuel will be a major marker. The law also, Senator, calls for a comprehensive study to be conducted by the DLCA. And so as we go forward, our plan is to make requests so that we can have the appropriate funding to conduct such studies on a more regular basis.
So you're saying in your current budget, does not allow you to conduct that study. So you're going to request.
That's correct.
Okay. So you have any ideas to what sort of dollars we're talking about? Just considering the seriousness of this, I think it should be something that will be an absolute priority. So I would definitely like to know what sort of, what are you looking at to do, a credible study?
Well, certainly, Senator, one of the things that we've explored as we look to ameliorate this situation for the people of the Virgin Islands has been to first connect with the BER and leverage the type of engagements that they have. We believe that they have the capacity to conduct such types of studies, and so we would want to support that initiative. But also, to the extent that we may need to, let's say, hire an economist and do those types of those things, we can certainly work out the numbers. I think there's a preliminary idea that about $700,000, but that is something that we would have to share with you more clearly. We're bandied about some figures of what it would take to institute a division that focuses on that. And now, because we realize where we are right now in terms of this price concerns, we do see the need to ramp up and take closer attention to that.
Absolutely. I mean, I just think that I know sometimes we're in these sessions and in these meetings, and we know what we should be doing and all of that stuff, but I just want to know that we have some tangible, concrete time frame for getting it done. Don't necessarily have to respond to that.
Well, no, I mean, it's a good question, and I thank you for asking. The department right now, we're really moving forward with the cost of living analysis that I mentioned. We are working, once that gets fully up and running, we should be getting some results by the end of the year. That is our understanding from the group that we are working with. And I believe that will create the foundation for us going forward with the other types of analysis that's necessary.
Fair enough. Thank you for your response. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Test. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, all listening, viewing, and present. The topic you were just on, very, very concerning to me too, because while there are only two major distributors, I'm reading from the testimony of the Commissioner of Licensing and Consumer, Total Energies and Puma. Independent gas stations help maintain competition by choosing suppliers based on pricing, which prevents a monopoly and price control. What suppliers do independent gas stations use to prevent this monopoly price? Is there someone else?
So, Horace Graham, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. We are developing or gaining insight as we meet with these suppliers that, Total, as we indicated, and I think they may also sell to some of the independents, Puma, and we're tracking to identify who the other suppliers. They have identified, and those conversations that we've had over the last couple of months have identified that there may be other suppliers that may be active in distributing, and so our goal is to track and identify those and have the same level of engagement that we've been having with others.
Okay, thank you for that. In St. Thomas, we do not have a clear insight into the pricing inputs that share the fees that are paid at the pump. Compared to St. Croix, while Seoul Petroleum provides detailing pricing data, St. Thomas has a significant transparency gap. The lack of accessible data adds to the public's distrust, leading to assumptions that higher prices result from excessive profit margin. What does that mean? The distrust that the public has is legitimate. It isn't a fallacy. It isn't something made up. So in terms of you saying the distrust that the public has, what led you to the assumption that higher prices results excessive profit margin? What led you to that statement? Based on what?
No, yes, in our engagements with whether it's through consumer complaints or just our discussions with other parties, the sense is that folks are, okay, perfect example. You take a look at the rack rate on St. Croix, you take a look at what they're charging. The gross profit margin would basically be the difference between what they're charging and what they pay at the rack, including the 14 cents. What happened is we don't know all the other inputs per gasoline station. So I can tell you that the difference in cost between fuel in let's say between regular at the rack in St. Croix and the average cost for regular in St. Croix is about $1.40. And so what people are looking at is when they see that number, they say, well, there's a massive profit margin. But what we are trying to accomplish is to have a keener understanding of what inputs go into that. We know that there are higher fuel, higher energy costs, WAPA, and so on. So we understand that there are high rents in some of the jurisdictions. So we know that there are additional costs that need to be considered as to where the profit margin lies. Okay, so we're working towards that.
Thank you for that. My next question would be, how long have you known this? This particular issue that we see, how long have you known it?
We've been seeing, we've been observing over the years the process that has been taking place. We've been observing. The LCA has been in the process of tracking these prices, and as we track those prices, we have taken some time to try to have these conversations with vendors. This is not the first time that we've engaged in that. We've seen in some instances where our discussions with retailers have borne some fruit, and we had seen some, changes in prices. But over the last post-COVID, last 3 years, we've noticed that has stayed consistent.
Excuse me a minute. Yeah, sorry to cut you off. I do apologize, but I'm saying, I applaud the efforts that you are taking and you're doing, but as the disgruntled, consumers on the St. Thomas, St. John district side, to hear this and it's taking place, something that's happening for years, it's a bit very much concerned, it's almost like it's an emergency level because it's happening and it's happening. It has happened so long that we take it for granted that is the norm. But to hear the government entity to address this, saying that something is wrong, I think we need to have some kind of expediency. If the Senate needs to get involved, like you say, like Mr. Chair mentioned, funding, I think this is a top priority because it's not only fuel that we're looking at. It's across the board in everything. They should, at one territory, to have 3 different pricing sets for everything, housing, services. St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix have different prices. It's something is wrong.
Time.
So I would like to just see that. And you can answer in the chair's time. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I had one question for Energy Director Fleming.
You may.
Director Fleming, could you send through the chair to this body the amount of government vehicles that you have and the data that you have collected in regards to why should we be going to electric vehicles? The argument that you put forward, I support, I agree. But again, I want to see, because I don't see that many electric vehicles in the government. There may be more than I know, but I would like to see a report in terms of the government's total fleet. What is the percentage of electric vehicles and what has been the cost savings to the territory, in regards to having these electric vehicles, So you got it. If I could get that, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator DeGraff. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. In DLCA testimony, they continue to refer that we will be able to get better information from the Bureau of Economic Research. Were they invited to the meeting and are they present?
Senator, can you repeat your question again?
In DLCA testimony, there's a constant reference to BER, the Bureau of Economic Research, being able to provide better information, especially in reference to, I think it was a consumer index that they said, the consumer price index. Is BER available and were they invited to give testimony to this meeting?
They were invited. My staff had some challenges determining who, the person at the helm of that entity was. So we did have some challenges getting someone from BER.
Okay, we lost you for a minute. The volume went on St. Croix, so we were not able to hear a response.
No, I'm saying that my staff reached out to BER, extended an invitation to BER, but there was some challenges getting someone from BER, to respond.
Okay, and that is the response, and I know that your staff did their job, definitely, but the Bureau of Economic Research should have had somebody here able to provide testimony. I think we now need to find out who is at the leadership of BER, if it's still in Atlanta or is it in the Virgin Islands, that we have access to the person. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the members of the financial team are equipped to respond to your question.
Sure.
No.
Do we know? Commissioner McCarty?
I do not know.
No. No, so we don't have a response.
Mr. Chair, so nobody from the financial team have discussion with BER, that nobody, none of the government players could tell us who's in charge of the Bureau of Economic Research? And this isn't for you, this is for DLCA, Internal Revenue, Finance, OMB. Nobody has meeting with BER that they could say who's in charge?
I can.
Good afternoon, Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance, who I have connections with or who I'm in contact with at BER. I don't know that, I'm not purporting to say that this person's in charge, but Ms. Liebert is who I would contact should I need any information.
DLCA, is that?
Good morning, Senators. Hajj for DLCA, yes. Ms. Benicia Liebert, Bureau of Economic Research.
Do you know what her role is in the organization? Sorry, Senator.
You go ahead, Senator. I'm finished. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Okay. Now, I was asking what her role and title was, Ms. Liebert, if you're aware of that. She seems to be the go-to person, but I just wanted to know what her official role and title, if you know. Okay, your silence is a response, so that's fine. Thank you for that. I mean, I know that just the role and function of BER is so critical and so.
If I may, Senate President?
Yes, you may.
I'm sorry, Ms. Liebert. According to her signature on the email, she's a senior project analysis.
Okay, senior project analyst. Okay.
Analyst.
Okay. Thank you very much for that, Commissioner. Senator Angel Bolkes, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. There was a case in the Virgin Islands back in 2008 with Esso Virgin Islands and the government of the Virgin Islands, where there was a dispute between Esso, a gasoline and diesel fuel wholesaler, and the government of the Virgin Islands, specifically the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Whereas the department issued an order capping the gross profit margin of fuel wholesalers at 30 cents a gallon. Some of the legal challenges were in the lawsuit claim were the invalid or exceeding statutory authority of the commissioner, violations of constitutional rights under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, equal protection violations, and due process violations. The case number is 2004-175. It's obvious that the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, in some way, shape, or form in the past, had tried to protect the consumers from exuberant fuel costs. And this was an issue that was taken to court with SO Virgin Islands and DLCA through the government of the Virgin Islands. I bring up that case because, you know, the commissioner has mentioned numerous times in her testimony that they cannot control the fuel costs. But there are certain things I believe that you're able to do, and I think one of them is for the department to institute something similar to a Better Business Bureau, which aims to promote trust in the marketplace with consumers. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Better Business Bureau is, but it's sort of like a consumer protection watchdog, and it gives consumers the opportunity to update information about businesses. As a matter of fact, that same information that you get from fuel costs, you're able to upload that information and look at the current fuel costs and show how much of a markup these businesses are actually implementing. So for instance, for the sake of this discussion, if they have a $2, $3 markup in comparison to somebody who bought fuel at the same rate and they're only doing a markup of 30 cents, then you can see who is price gouging, if you understand where I'm coming from. So I say that to encourage the department to maybe perhaps implement something similar to the Better Business Bureau to be able to have transparent information and build trust with our consumers. Commissioner, in your testimony, you noted that St. Croix benefits from having a terminal on the island of St. Croix, while St. Thomas and St. John rely on more frequent, smaller fuel shipments. Have you explored how we can reduce the price disparity between the districts by perhaps even trying to expand on the fuel terminal capacity on the island of St. Croix to ship to St. Thomas and St. John?
Good morning, Senator Natalie Hodge, Commissioner. We have, in the conversations we had with Seoul Petroleum, that's one of the factors they are considering, and I stated that in my testimony.
Very well. And regarding the meetings with Seoul Petroleum and Total Energies, how did these companies justify their current pricing models, and what specific commitments, if any, did they actually make to improving the price transparency and affordability?
They weren't too forthcoming with that information. However, Total Energies, because we're already receiving the rack rate from Seoul Petroleum, but our conversation with Total Energies going forward, they're willing to see, you know, what information they can provide us, especially with the cost and the cost analysis, the food and fuel cost analysis we have coming up. They're willing to work along with us in providing that information.
Very well. How does the Price Control Act function in ensuring fuel pricing?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
With the Price Control Act and most of the acts that I stated in the testimony, it's all about price transparency, about, you know, just not price manipulation, and it allows us to advocate on behalf of the consumer with price transparency. So what we will do is review contracts, the terms of a contract, the fees, and make sure that our consumers aren't taken advantage of.
I want to shift over to IRB before my time expires. Director, Act 8249, passed in the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, states or creates the Tax Study Commission, who is responsible for reviewing tax law before changes are actually made. Given that they are only now, I'm not sure if they have actually organized or beginning the work now or not. Maybe you can chime in and let us know what is the status of that commission.
Not yet, Senator. Joel Lee, Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Just to be transparent, I am a member of that. I'm a non-voting member because of the apparent conflict of interest, but the members are being organized, and I suspect that we're going to be meeting soon. You know, it's challenging to get members committed to do this, so that's what's always been the...
As we discuss all of the different tax options, if I can call them that, Mr. Chair, may I please wrap up?
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As we explore all of the options for potential tax changes or the structure of our tax code, this commission actually plays a very important part in looking at the data and formalizing what the next step is ahead. That was passed in the 33rd legislature of the Virgin Islands, and I believe that it's past the time that that commission should have been organized. So I encourage the governor to get the members for that commission. Because as we talk here about changes, I believe the tax study commission is better suited to recommend the changes based on their research and data. So I look forward to that commission being organized. And I thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes. Point of information, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I must concur with the previous speaker because I just shared the language with the governor's financial team over here. Mr. McCurdy, Commissioner McCurdy, through the chair, when during your tenure so far has the tax commission met? Because you are a voting member of this commission. I believe your predecessor had at one time held a meeting.
Kevin McCurdy, Commissioner of the Department of Finance. Since I've been at the department, we haven't met. What we've done is submitted names for consideration for the board, but we haven't met.
So how many names have you submitted to the governor's office for the board, for the commission?
I personally submitted 3. I think several other members submitted, I think 3 as well.
Okay, so the governor needs to be able to vet and send down those names because this is an urgent matter. We have to start to work on what we're looking and we're charging to build up that case and whether, what tax structure best fit the Virgin Islands for today and going forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
I just want to, so there are some names that were submitted. I think we just haven't yet mobilized. I do think the governor has reviewed some names, and we just haven't mobilized it yet.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. It is an absolute priority, and my hope is that in the very near future, we can get that tax study commission up and running. I think it is critical. I know we've had discussions over the years about the gross receipt tax structure being a regressive structure, a regressive system, unfair system, that we're multiplying the amount that we pay that consumers pay. I think it is something for us to have trained persons on this commission who can do the due diligence to determine the feasibility of us shifting from the structure that we have now to a sales tax or whatever the appropriate tax structure would be. As we all know, we are one of the few entities that still has a gross receipt tax structure. I wanted to know if the Bureau has conducted any feasibility studies or engaged with any external consultants to assess the practicality of implementing a sales tax in the Virgin Islands, in light of the fact that the Tax Study Commission doesn't really exist. considering how significant a discussion that would be, is that something that we are talking about seriously, that the financial team is talking about seriously? That's a question, Mr. Lee, or the members of the financial team to respond to.
Julie Reimer.
Good day, Senator.
Hold on one second.
Sorry.
Julie Reimer, Office of Management and Budget. Over the past month, myself and my colleagues actually set up a revenue enhancement committee, and we actually started looking at the actual revenues themselves and how we can enhance them. So we started a process where we started to look at gross receipts. We started looking at even up to Airbnbs. Here's where we're not capturing revenues, et cetera. We started a conversation outside of the commission, which includes a committee of myself, the Commissioner of Finance, DLCA, Justice, and IRB. And we had the first conversation really moving the needle to say, well, here's the things that we're not capturing revenue, which means where the tax is actually being applied one place, like, for example, Airbnb, but we're not getting it from Vrbo, or if we're not getting it from Booking.com. So we're looking to see how we could capture that revenue. That's where we started the process at. Within my office, my revenue officer is actually looking at all fees and structures that we have in place right now and seeing, well, what's the numbers going to be based on if we move it 1%, if we decrease it 2%, if we increase the hotel room tax or decrease it. That's what we're looking at now. There's scenarios being happening within my office that when we have the next meeting, I'll present it to my colleagues and say, here's what it looks like based on, here's the simple items. Even looking at the container tax, if we double it, what happens? If we do 1.5 times what happens. So these are the scenarios we're putting in place. So the committees will meet every month going forward and then present some to the governor that we actually be able to say, well, here's some that we bring to the table before the commission actually starts.
We'll actually see something happening. I mean, I know we've had discussions, and discussions just seem to just be discussions, something to just discuss.
Currently,
but as far as a practical, implementable measure, it just doesn't happen.
Currently on my desk, there's an actual breakdown of the container tax and what do we do here. And there's actually a fee structure that we actually have some scenarios that's actually on my desk as a draft. So that's something we need to sit on this with the governor first and then bring it to you guys as a whole.
And that'll include in general the tax structure, the gross receipts versus sales tax, and whether or not we are to be moving in the other direction. I understand the burden of transitioning from a gross receipt tax structure to a sales tax. I understand the burden, and sometimes the burden is enough to dissuade you or discourage you from taking any steps. And we just end up saying, well, look, this is what we got, and it's just too hard to go to anything else. So I want to know if we were at that point, and if we are at that point, then, I mean, we're at that point. But I just need to know whether we are serious about engaging in evaluating the structure and developing a game plan for transitioning if it is determined that that is ultimately in the long-term best interest of the territory. It might happen after I am gone from here, from the planet. But are we setting ourselves up, setting our children up for a better tax structure, more efficient structure, that it would mean us taking steps today to make it happen tomorrow? Because as you said, it is a challenge to make that transition. Your bonds are tied to it, etc. But I don't want to necessarily belabor the point. I don't know if you have...
Yeah, so you remember your bonds that go out 20, 30 years. So you have to plan a long-term plan. So that's one. The two, we have to be mindful that here it is when we implement the sales tax, that remember most retailers actually already have the gross receipt in their actual prices. So we have to be mindful that here it is, they reduce their pricing to allow for the actual sales tax to be on the bottom. Otherwise, all you're doing is increasing the price to the consumer. So we have to make sure that here it is when we actually moving this needle forward, how do we address them not leaving the actual gross receipts that are already built in to their pricing, that you're now tacking on, for example, is $100 already is the price with the gross receipt involved. If it's a 6% gross receipt, basically sales tax, you just added $6 to the consumer. So we have to be careful.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your response.
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator DeGraff, and then Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Director Lee, I was told that individuals, when they work in the United States, from state to state, they have to pay state taxes for every state that they work in. Does that work here if those individuals come here mobile to work? Do they have to pay taxes here?
Good day, Senator. No, some states do not have an income tax on an individual wage earner level. So I'll use Florida. Like Florida does not have a state tax. Some states do. So currently in the VI, we don't have a separate sales tax in addition to our federal. Keep in mind, on the state level, you file federal taxes, and if you do live in a state, you do file an additional state income tax. So that's 2 levels of income tax. In the VI, we're fortunate where we keep our federal level taxes in our coffers as it is. So, but we do not have an additional VI level state equivalent tax, income tax.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you. My zone, I think, would probably be best directly to, in regards to the sale tax versus the gross tax, and what would it take to actually implement and the process to deal with the sales tax? Because I think it seemed like it's something we have in a conversation, but what would it take? And earlier you said that it's kind of at a loss based on what we're doing with the gross. So if you could go a little deeper dive with that, please.
Good day, Senator. Once again, Joe Lee, the Director of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. Just to be clear again, going from our current structure of gross receipts to only sales tax, the government will receive less money. Keep that in mind. So at this point, we're either discussing an additional tax, calling it sales tax, which would be passed on to the end consumer. But once again, if this government was to transition to a sales tax only regime, it will be less income to the territory. In addition to, if we do add it or go exclusively to sales tax, it would require vendors and shop owners to now purchase whatever cash register, whatever mechanism they would need to now capture that sales tax at the end user level. I could tell you a lot of cashiers just, if their register does not calculate that, as we know in the territory, that's never a factor, but now they're going to be forced to upgrade their system to accommodate that. And we as a government, once again, as I said in my testimony, there is a nationwide program that captures it to factor in online and mail order sales all inclusively.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hubert L. Frederick. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, listening and viewing audience. Thank you so much for joining us. Director Lee and Director Reimer and Commissioner McCurdy, I'd like to have this discussion with the three of you guys, specifically in reference to a mail order tax that we're discussing here, or a sales tax, but to be more defined, a mail order tax, because that's where the biggest leakages is coming in our economy. We capture the majority of our taxes with the gross receipts, with the exception of when people order stuff through the mail system or through one of the shipping companies and they don't pay anything. There is taxes that are paid by those same customers to other states. We just don't collect anything. So have the discussion begun yet to where we could target it in, like we did with the VIRBO and Airbnbs, to get a specific tax targeted to capture the lost revenues that we're bringing in right now?
Good day, Senator. Good day, Senator Jolie. As my colleague, Director Reimer, said, we have been meeting to address that very same issue when it comes to rentals. As far as the mail order items you discussed, once again, at this time, we do not have a sales tax that exists. So there's no real way for us to really identify what are coming through our post office to even determine what's a value of monies that we're missing. I appreciate you saying we're missing out on that potential, but we don't even know what those sales are.
Commissioner McCurdy, have you studied what that could be, potentially what that's estimated to be? Someone has to know how much leakage we're experiencing.
No, my office haven't begun that study. What we've done is explore. Which is a great point, and I think part of the not hesitation, but at this initial stage, what we're concerned with is having these piecemeal, if you will, application of taxes. I think what we need to do is have Senator Joseph's point is get the commission up and running so we can actually, have those folks do the work to explore what would be the best way forward. But to have, a piecemeal discussion on, maybe a sales tax over here on these items and not on those items could just make things a bit messy.
So I don't know what the final numbers will be, what the commissioner says, whatever the commission comes up with, but I know for a fact it's going to be significant because we all know we're not touching any of that business that we're losing. So my question is, we should have already made efforts to try to find a way to close those gaps. I'm not blaming anyone in particular, but it was obvious that this leakage occurred and no one said anything. We just relied on the easiest method, which was gross receipts. And it disproportionately affects taxpayers because it only affects the businesses, it only affects the people who work. Other people didn't pay anything and are still not paying anything, and no one even made an attempt to capture that.
Good day, Senator. That's a good point, but once again, there's no mechanism to track sales via when someone orders through Amazon. That's proprietary information. You can't go to Amazon and say, tell me your sales to vendors in the VI, because once again, there is no sales tax that exists, so there's no real requirement. I don't know what my fellow colleagues order, and there's no tracking of that unless they voluntarily tell me, which I'm presuming they probably won't. So I hear you, but once again, without a sales tax in place, there's no way to track it, or it would be just guessing at this point.
I know my colleagues spend a lot, so I'm just gonna say they shop a lot. They're shoppers, right? Which is good for the economy because we need to circulate those dollars here, so that's good. Let me speak to Mr. Director Fleming about the electrical vehicle experiment that we've been having. I'm an EV fan. I just can't afford it, but I think it's a great product. The reliability issue is what concerns me. We got about 28 fleet vehicles right now. Is it 20 cars and about 8 trucks?
Yeah, I'd say across the GVI, in total, it's closer to, I'd say probably closer to 35, because we have some legacy vehicles that have been in the mix from before.
We talked about their reliability going up and down the hills and stuff like that, but in terms of their reliability as to how long they stay on the road, is it worth it? Because that's the key thing. I can't take it to my under the tree mechanic that don't pay taxes anymore. So what do I do?
Yeah, so I mean, just to give a overview, I think I made a mention earlier in side discussions. We have an electric vehicle in the energy office fleet that was purchased when I first got into the agency about 6 years ago. And in the 6 years, the only maintenance that vehicle has required has been changing of tires, which is an inevitable reality for any vehicle in the Virgin Islands. But there hasn't been any other service needs required. And while that may not be the case for every single vehicle out there, what we've certainly seen is the vehicles that we have, the routine maintenance that's common. It's not in gas vehicles is the furthest thing from removed with the electric options.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, one other quick question, if I may.
You may proceed.
In reference to the charging stations that's being installed on, especially on St. Croix, can you tell me how many are in St. Christiansted, Mid Island, and Fredericksted?
Yeah, so we currently have, so there's 8 chargers, there's 8 cables, but 4 sites. The site in Christiansted is the Shan Market, which is right behind between Hamilton's, I guess is what it's now called. And then we have a site at EDA's parking lot at the industrial park. And then we actually have a site out on the east end of St. Croix at by the Ziggy's gas station. And then the 4th site is actually in the Carlton office that the energy office and other agencies, other offices share as well. That's just the first wave. We do intend to do more on St. Croix, and then but we're trying to get started on St. Thomas and St. John first to make sure that we have an equal distribution across the territory, and then continuing to fill in the gaps across the territory.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good afternoon. Sorry about that. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. I have a real quick question, and either to Director OMB or to IRB. I've been on your both websites and so forth. Could you tell me where I could find a real complete listing of maybe all the taxes that we collect here in the Virgin Islands? Or IRB?
Good day, Senator. And this is Director Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. On our website, we have a collections report that shows all of the taxes that the Bureau collects.
All right, I try to navigate a little more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator, point of information, Senator Blayden. You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Director Fleming, in respect to your initiatives and future goals in respect to electrical vehicles, let me ask you, have the department ever thought or looked for a grant in respect to mass transit when it comes to buses, etc.? And if you have, what would that look like in that respect? Can you speak to that briefly, please?
Yeah, so that was actually one of the activities that one of the grants that we received was what allows to purchase the 3 electric vans that I spoke about with Senator Johnson before. So we have explored that option. The challenge that we've come across is that particular class of vehicle, there are some options for the larger Vitran size. But what we started off with was the transit van EV conversions. As I mentioned before, I think what we've realized is that we're going to be focusing our investments purely on ground up engineered solutions, because the EV conversion hasn't been as favorable of an outcome. In terms of the mass transit vans, we don't have any. We haven't identified any large bus options, I guess, that would be equivalent to the largest Vitran options. They do have some options out there, but we haven't necessarily gotten funding. Those are typically much larger investments than the light-duty passenger vehicles that we have been investing in thus far.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sort of look into that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blayden. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone and to the people of the Virgin Islands. This is a very interesting, thought-provoking conversation we're having today regarding taxes and tax collection. I want to just ask a question from our OMB director, Mr. Lee. And Mr. Lee, we talk about gross receipt and sales taxes, but we have a big tax revenue generating item here in the Virgin Islands, which is the hotel occupancy tax. How is that collected?
Good day, Senator. Joe Lee, the Bureau of Internal Revenue. The hotels charge their guests that tax and collect it on their behalf and remit it to the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
So do you have any mechanism in place to verify what the hotel is remitting to the government of the Virgin Islands is accurate and true?
All taxpayers fall under our audit department. So yes, we do have an ability to confirm, look into records and subpoena records if we have to confirm their numbers are accurate.
How often do you do an audit of the hotel industry or the hotel resorts to verify based on the collections? How often do your staff go out there to do that?
To be honest, not that often. We have found that the hotels, simply because they pass that tax on to the guests, are pretty reliable and truthful in their numbers. We have a whole lot of other industries that may not be as honorable.
Okay, how
that we
often?
focus.
Right, so it is an honor system that we have as far as the relationship with the hotel, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
With all taxpayers.
With all, I would differ with that because I know my income taxes is there, and you know how to track me down and see that, but that's a different conversation. Okay, so you have an honor system with the hotel industry. Now, how often do you receive the hotel occupancy taxes?
Monthly.
Monthly. And you are seeing a jump or a decrease in that?
Comparing what, months or
Well, comparing
years?
year. Just do a quick from last
Let
year.
me take
last
a look
year.
of this month of January compared to December, because that's our latest numbers.
Okay.
So I could take a look.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, I'll have to pull that.
can you hold my time? Because I have another question, but I'll switch it to, are you going to be able to respond quickly, Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead then.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
I didn't want my time to be eaten up. That's what I'm trying to avoid.
I don't have that in front of me. I'd have to request that. I did not.
Okay, so through the chair, you could provide that. Now, I want to go to the issue we have with the fuel tax. Well, let me just go back to the Office of Energy. Mr. Fleming, kindly indicate for us, I know you mentioned the amount that you have as far as $3.99 per gallon for St. Croix. How is it you don't have any number for St. Thomas, St. John? In your
It just wasn't included in the testimony.
Why not?
We can certainly.
You serve territorially, don't you?
Yes.
So we serve territorially, even though we are elected from one district. So do you have that information for us at hand?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I personally do not, but we can easily, maybe even DSA may have that readily available, or we can use the same, we use the, I forget the app that kind of aggregates the cost across the territory to pull that data.
So if you could provide that, my time is running and I'm trying to be on time. If you could provide that information through the chair. Now, I wanted to ask you a funding issue. How are your grants being funded now? Do you have any impact? Because that is part of the economic issue that we're going to have in the Virgin Islands because we're heavily dependent on federal monies. Are you receiving and have access to all of your federal monies?
All the grants not all the grants that we have been awarded, especially over the last 2 years, there are some that are still paused. Nothing has been canceled, but we do have some that are paused. We do have some that were paused and have been reopened. But not all of the grants that were awarded are currently unfrozen.
Okay, send that information to the chair, what grants are available. And I'm sure the Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection will be able to look into that. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I didn't hear it called, so I'm gathering that I was within my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Mr. Fleming, you had something you wanted to say?
No.
No.
Licensing, if I may. Point of information, may I? I just wanted to answer Senator Joseph's question regarding the fuel. We have that information.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I guess you can provide us with that information.
Sure. The average price of fuel in St. Thomas, regular fuel is $4.79 or $4.794 per gallon. The premium fuel is $5.352 per gallon, and diesel is $5.894 per gallon.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Do you have the St. John data?
Yes.
Okay.
On St. John, the average prices for regular fuel is $4.779 per gallon. Premium fuel is $5.009 per gallon. And diesel is $5.499 per gallon.
Do you quote prices cheaper on St. John and St. Thomas?
Yeah.
It's cheaper on St. John? St. John and St. Wow. Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Couple cents. Just couple cents.
I've never seen cheaper prices on St. John and St. Thomas for gas in my travels on St. John. I'm just saying. But, you know, the commissioner has that information. All right. Thank you. Yeah, we can catch the barge over from St. Thomas. Thank you, Commissioner. I wanted to ask Mr. Fleming, Director Fleming, to speak to Act number 7075. And I know, just kind of refresh your memory, mandates a reduction, 60% reduction in fossil fuel consumption in 2025. It establishes renewable portfolio targets, 20% renewable energy integration by 2015, and so forth. And I know you are uniquely qualified to speak to this as the former chair of the Water and Power Authority and the current director of the Energy Office. I want you to just engage us in a little discussion as to where do you think we are, how are we doing, if you were to, apply a grade to how we were doing as far as, these fossil fuel reduction targets and integration of renewables. How are we doing in that regard?
Yeah, I would say, I think objectively, it's pretty clear that in the last year, I think we've made some probably more meaningful strides towards those targets, and kind of when that was put in place was 2009. I think the actual 60% by 2025 mark was implemented in 2012 under Eden. I think we saw some significant lag in a lot of the projects that were supposed to effectuate those reductions. For example, from the WAPA standpoint, being able to incorporate the efficient generation, the deployment of expanded renewables, and while there's still kind of various milestones to be met, I think the meaningful strides and getting a lot of that infrastructure on the ground, both at the renewables and at the centralized generation, has certainly improved. I think one of the challenges that we've kind of observed, and I think we talked about a little bit yesterday, is while we've certainly seen some load reduction at the utility level, which obviously does result in some reduction in fossil fuel. From that centralized standpoint, we do see a lot of large power customers producing their own power, whether it be distilleries, hotels, supermarkets. And so if we really looked at it territorially, there is still a significant amount of fuel consumption for generation. It's happening in a more of a distributed method than it is from just everything coming from the utility. So it makes it harder to kind of quantify exactly the territorial change. But from the utility standpoint, I think there's certainly significant strides that are starting to take form in a much more material way, even though we're still working through some of the challenges to see the full benefits of those milestones or those goals be reached.
What percentage of our generating capacity from a water and power authority standpoint would you say is now, and engineers are trying to use the right words, is now targeted towards renewables as opposed to fossil fuel from a water and power perspective?
On St. Croix right now, with the solar that's been added in the last year, we're seeing about at peak solar production, a little bit over, I think, 15 to 20% of the peak demand during the day when the solar is available can be met with by reducing some of the fossil fuel demand. We're still kind of working through because I think during our last board meeting we talked through the fact that they're starting to now kind of finally pull together some of the data that's really kind of quantifying and showing the impact. But we can say definitively with the 14 megawatts of solar that is currently available on St. Croix, at least St. Croix's peak demand is between 15 and 20% being addressed by renewables, which is a vast improvement on what it was before.
Making some progress, but a ways to go.
Yes, very much so, an accurate statement.
All right, thank you very much. Senator Cort Violet, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought you were going to somebody else first, but
yeah. You're right. You're right, Senator. You're right. We have we call on you a little too soon. So if you will, actually it is.
Give me double time. I'll take it.
It's actually Senator Noel Francis who is up. Sorry about that. We apologize.
Okay, sir. Can you go to the next person, Mr. Chair? Senator Francis just stepped out.
Okay, Senator Clifford Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Virgin Islands, good afternoon to my colleagues, good afternoon to our testifiers. Director Fleming, you stated in your testimony that early last month, a letter of intent between the government and the owner of the territory's largest auto dealership was signed with the goal being to open doors for the local car dealership. To leverage the VI Energy Office administered federal funding towards this expansion of vehicle service center, capable of performing critical maintenance and service on electric vehicles. What is the name of this dealer?
So that dealership is the TJ Ocean Auto Group.
Okay. Do they own most, if not all, the dealership here on Island?
Yes, they own the Ford, Chevy, Toyota, and Daimler Chrysler, or Jeep Chrysler dealerships. So I think 80 to 85% of the new vehicle dealerships.
So, in a sense, yesterday we were speaking about creating monopolies. Yesterday we spoke about monopolies and creating monopolies, and would we all believe that is this not a monopoly, with him owning most of the dealership here on Island?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly, I think, objectively a monopoly, but they also represent the vast majority of vehicles or the manufacturers that of vehicles that are currently on the road in the territory today.
Okay, good.
As well as government vehicles.
You know that this is the same dealership that has the BIPD waiting on vehicles?
I could assume that could be the case, yes.
Okay, question. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your answers. DLCA, how many complaints does your department have against this same dealership, if any, from the consumers?
Currently, good afternoon, Natalie Hodge, Commissioner of the LCA. Currently, we don't have the information on hand.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, but in communication, so the BIPD never came to complain to you either then?
No, Senator.
Thank you for your answers. Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. Are you aware of Act 8249?
Good day, Senator. Unfortunately, I don't know the numbers.
Okay, well, there's the act that would have created an 8-member tax study commission.
Okay, yes, I'm aware of a tax study commission.
Where are we on that?
So I was recently officially appointed to that. I'm a non-voting member, but I know the challenges that we had in the past is finding an independent, non-conflict of interest tax expert in the territory. Basically what that means is one of the issues that came up is very well, a tax study commission is supposed to comprise of members to analyze and then suggest tax reform in the territory. It would be counterproductive to have those very same tax professionals have, whether it's litigation or adversarial relationships with, in my case, Bureau of Internal Revenue. So trying to find someone who's independent has always been the challenge. And there's not that many independent taxpayers that satisfy that requirement.
So, thank you for your answer. Are you aware if any nomination or nominees are being forwarded to this body?
I am not in that process, unfortunately, so no, I do not know.
Okay, then. This question to you again, Mr. Lee. Has there been any study done on how much Virgin Islanders spend on consumer goods and what taxes
1 minute,
would
30
be collected
seconds.
potentially based on this number?
Good day, Senator. Unfortunately, the answer is no. The reason why is the data I have does not isolate the end user. For example, if I was to be asked, give me an estimate of potential sales tax. We don't have data on that end users across the territory sales. We have data that is shared amongst everyone. I do not have that data.
Thank you for your answer. We have a declining population.
Time.
What impact?
You may wrap up, Senator. You may wrap up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. What impact would our population size have on the sales versus the gross receipt tax?
Well, any shrinkage of population will reduce total tax collection overall. So it's not, gross receipts would probably go down and so would sales tax. So there's no benefit one to the other or advantage if a population declines.
Thank you for your answers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. We will now go to Senator Francis. Nova Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for your testimony thus far. Director Fleming, in regards to the EV purchases for the government of the Virgin Islands, how many EVs, electric vehicles, have we purchased thus far?
So the GVI in total, as I mentioned before, considering what we've recently purchased, so in 2022 we purchased 20 electric vehicles. In 23 we purchased 3 of the electric vans, and then this last year we purchased 8 all-electric pickup trucks. So those were the recent federal procurements. Prior to that, VIPD had, I believe, 4 of the smart EVs, and the Energy Office had 2, bringing the total, I'm doing the math in my head as we're going, I believe it's about 34 or 35 EVs in total.
4. And I know that you spoke about, there is a $62 million grant associated with, this is outside of EVs, but just to be able to support the solar deployment in our communities, and the focus, and some of that initially when it was brought up was to be able to provide our seniors with some level of support, even though if it's just without the battery, but just the panels, which is a lot cheaper to utilize that money. Where are we with that thought?
Yeah, so that was one of the funds. That's the EPA Solar for All program. That was one of the programs that was initially paused, or the funding was initially paused with the current administration. But actually, about a week ago, we got notice that that fund has been reopened. So that's fortunately one of our currently available.
How long have we had that money?
It was awarded. It was first awarded conditionally awarded in September, and then we got in December of last year. We got the actual award, the physical award letter. So it's very new. We're currently going through the hiring process as well as the program planning process for that, especially now that we have reestablished the availability of those funds.
Talk a little bit about the end stake in being able to get that program going. Talk a little bit about what you're trying to achieve in that, the end stake.
Yeah, so this is obviously the largest single grant that the Energy Office has ever received to address a need. I think that is very clearly a huge appetite for the entire community. This program not only supports rooftop solar, it also supports community solar. So we will be not just putting solar on people's homes, but also strategically deploying some larger solar and battery systems that can support essentially a community microgrid. Realize that not every home, you mentioned some of the senior homes, not every home can necessarily accommodate solar on the roof. So by having these community solar farms, we're also able to support homes that may not be able to support direct installations. But the overall goal is, I think we've slated that over 3,000 homes will be directly benefit from the solar installations that this program provides. A huge undertaking. Being able to design the program to make sure we are efficiently, receiving applicants, ensure that they're meeting eligibility. We are currently waiting. One of the things that we are awaiting guidance on is whether or not eligibility may change for this federal program, because it was very much so catered to a kind of disadvantaged or an equitable focus under the prior administration. I think we all know that those type of considerations are not necessarily as favorable. So we requested an update to determine how eligibility, what control on eligibility for this program we're going to have to incorporate. And so all of those are parts of the program design that we'll be developing over the next year.
Thank you. And in regards to, obviously, just yesterday when we had the conversation about cost of living, I think everyone pointed fingers at WAPA and the energy costs. So what is the level of priority or urgency to be able to do this, one? And two, is there any contemplation about purchasing the supplies or equipment upfront, have those things stocked and be available to support these timely build out, the solar panels, for example, the batteries, having those things in place and available locally so we don't have the challenge of supply
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Issues moving forward.
Yeah, so I would say that it's unlikely that we would approach a kind of a bulk purchase directly with the funds, but we are likely to engage a third-party implementer. So essentially a company that would be essentially the sub-recipient of the grant that would be working with contractors, local installers, and so essentially having a much more coordinated deployment to ensure that the supply chain doesn't limit the timeline for impact.
Very well, thank you. My time is winding down, so I just really wanted to ask the director, IRB, a question real quick. In regards to gross receipt taxes, we keep hearing about the issue of gross receipt taxes and it being a regressive tax, and that everyone is not paying their fair share as it regards to gross receipt taxes. Is there any conversation about creating a system, a point of sale system, a POS, where again you'll be able to see some equity and be able to equally have money be made available on a purchase basis? Any consideration being done with that?
Good day, Senator. Joe Lee, the Bureau of Internal Revenue. That's a great question. We do have vendors that have point of sale systems in place that allows for us, when we do decide to audit, to get those that information. However, as we know, we are still a heavy cash only business in the territory. So those cash businesses tend to unfortunately go unrecorded. So, and we just don't see them, unfortunately.
And a quick feedback to that, I'm sure my time expired, but are we looking at these cash-only businesses and, again, making sure that what's due to Caesar is paid on to Caesar and coming up with a mechanism where we could be able to account, for those businesses, making sure that they're paying their fair share?
Good day. In theory, the answer, to be brutally honest, is no. I mean, if a sale of cash happens, if there's no transaction recorded, that cash goes, quite frankly, under someone's mattress or in their safe. So we don't even know it exists, and we can't even get to see it if we were to subpoena a bank account to actually see if it made it in the account. So worst case scenario, there's really no way to identify the cash business.
So we're creating a system where we're forcing individuals to go towards cash system, because then again, you have the law-abiding individuals that will require to make their payments, and others get to escape by because we can't account for that. That's an unfair process. So that is something that certainly this body will have to take a look at, as well as we'll seek your recommendation in respect to it.
Good day. If I could say one thing, well, what I found interesting is when I visited the States, there's some stores that say we don't take cash, and I'm sure we've all may have been familiar with that. So of course that's I don't know if that's a store policy, if it's a COVID policy, simply because now I see there's a trend to touch your card now, not even insert it and whatever. So there's a trend to go away from cash that I see in the States. And of course, if I was an auditor up there, it would be easier for me to keep track. But unfortunately, we just live in an environment where we still are heavy in cash.
Thank you very much for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you for this hearing. Again, there's a lot of revelations here that will drive policies moving forward, and for us to have the political will to make those tough decisions that have to be made so that everybody could pay their fair share. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Senator Francis. Thank you very much. Director Lee, I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit just for a moment, just circling back again to the sales tax discussion. And you mentioned that online and mail order sales would be subject to a sales tax based on a threshold value. How will the Bureau enforce this for online retailers that do not have a physical presence here in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Well, the good thing is the retailer, if a sales tax was to be in law, we would simply send that law to the vendor. I'll just say, let's say Amazon, for example, and they would have to adhere to it, So that's pretty much how simple that could be. And once again, we kind of know who the major online retailers are that service the territory. So it's just a matter of sending a law there. And, once again, if goods were to come without that sales tax being collected, they would be in violation of our laws, which we will then be able to pursue further.
Okay. As our subject matter expert when it comes to taxes and taxation, I just wanted to get you to weigh in on whether or not it would be more prudent for us to wait for the Tax Study Commission to get together, to do its comprehensive review before making any legislative changes to the tax structure. I wanted to get your take on it.
Good day, Senator. I'm going to say yes. The reason being, different states charge sales tax on different things. Some don't charge sales tax on labor, like service. Some do. Some don't charge on clothes. Some do. Some don't charge on food. Some do. So all of that has to be looked at. And clearly, when all of those factors are weighed, then the tax commission would be able to present, this is the dollar amount if we include this, if the dollar amount include that. Because what the fear is, at the end of the day, the cons may outweigh the pros. I don't know. So, I think that needs to happen. That commission needs to do its due diligence as far as taxes go, to be able to present a robust presentation of facts.
I tend to agree with you. I think it would be the responsible thing for us to do as a lawmaking body But at the same time, we also need to make sure that the commission is functioning and doing its job. And we need to understand like what sort of waiting time would be reasonable before the Senate decides, look, nothing is happening there. We need to take some action to bring our territory some long-term relief. But fair enough. Thank you for your response on that. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, testifiers, everyone in and outside of this room and this meeting. First, I want to start with a quick question to Director Fleming. It's really quick because my colleague said he couldn't afford an EV. So I'm just wondering what's the cost of one, you know, because that was it was a little shocking to me hearing it coming from him, but tell me, what is the cost of EVs?
Yeah, if this was 3 or 4 years ago in the height of COVID, I'd probably be like, I concur. Right now, the prices of EVs have come down significantly just in the last few years, and I would say the majority of light-duty vehicles, passenger vehicles like small SUVs and even the pickup trucks, we're seeing vehicles within the 40 to 60,000 range. It's very common.
So it's comparable to... Okay.
Very comparable to the cost of...
Yeah.
And that's I would say very more so comparable to the cost of vehicles locally here, because we know vehicles are more expensive.
Right.
But it's also one of the reasons why our rebate program allowed eligibility for off-island purchases, so that way people could at least realize some of those, the mainland prices, and then cover the shipping costs with our rebate program.
Okay, thank you for that, because I was a little concerned when he said that, you know, because I'm thinking along the line.
And there's even better deals on the very lightly used EVs as well. For people who don't work in the States, they work great down here.
They work great here. Thank you for that answer. Director Lee, I want to talk a little bit about taxes, because the sales tax and the gross receipts tax, because lower income consumers really spend a higher proportion of their income on goods and services. Absolutely. And so they feel it more acutely than wealthier individuals. And Shirley Chisholm said that the sales tax is the enemy of the poor, it's the enemy of the elderly. But this applies equally to gross receipts taxes, because taxes are taxes, if not even more. I wanted to ask you a little bit about, in some states, your opinion on this. You may choose not to answer, but in some states have both gross receipts and sales tax, correct?
To be honest, I'll say yes, but it's very minimal. A lot of states don't do the gross receipts, so that's yeah.
Yeah. Okay. In terms of, and I'm focusing on the lower income consumer, and we spend a lot of money on. They spend a lot of money on on food. Is it, and if we want to improve the quality of life for our people, and we know that the lower income people spend a great proportion on food, is it possible to reduce the rate, the gross receipts rate on groceries, of course not on liquor and those things, but keep the rate that we have for other services and goods? Is that possible to do that?
No. Remember, our bond covenants allow us to go up, but not reduce. You would have to get in agreement with the bond folks to reduce gross receipt taxes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
We cannot reduce gross receipts for a specific, for example, groceries. It's a complete ban on our ability to reduce all gross receipts on everything?
Yes, you would have to negotiate that new term with our bond folks. That's a part of the agreement. I know that we can go up, but I was told you cannot reduce our gross receipts, because that's what funds
the
our bond
legislature
payments.
has
You're bound by the bond covenants.
Okay, that's interesting to me. because that's something that
1
we
minute, 30
need to
seconds.
look into if our hands are forever tied by the length of the bond agreement. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I will do a little more research on that because it also seems, well, let me move on. I want before, because I have very little time. Licensing and consumer affairs. I was also thinking about food in this respect, and this has, I wanted to ask this yesterday, but I'll ask it today since I was just informed we can reduce the gross receipts on groceries. Expired product removal. Does the agency or the department frequently check the shelves of the grocery stores? Recognize the mic, please, of the commissioner.
Good afternoon. That's a good question, Senator. But yes, we do. The team go out, our Consumer Affairs and Weights and Measures team goes out weekly and visit the stores, and when they're in violation, they send me the determination and we send out notice of violations.
I know the process for them is for their employees who stock the shelves to remove. So their removal process is can at times be in error. I would say that. What I didn't know was that the best before words apply to quality and the expired words apply to safety. I did not know that, which means that if it expires, it's no longer any good and can harm the consumer. Have you received complaints from consumers regarding maybe being adversely poisoned, let's use that, by foods that they bought that was expired?
No, Senator, we have not.
You haven't had any complaints from consumers? Okay, that's a good thing. What about so if your, I guess, enforcement arm goes in and discover that there is an expired or best by, the dates have expired, is there a penalty, fines that you impose? What happens at that point?
Yes, so it wouldn't be my enforcement arm, but it'll be the Weights and Measures inspectors, so the CP young ladies. They go out. They go out together, and when that happens, they write a ticket with amount of items and have the store owners sign off on it. And when they get back to the office, it's transferred into a notice of violation with a $25 to $100 penalty fee. It all depends.
I was going to ask you, does it depend on the, right, I was going to ask that, per item. So they actually would then count the number of items that have expired?
Definitely.
Okay, good. Good, that's good to know. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, sir? Sorry, one additional answer over here on St. Croix.
Yes, sorry, thank you. I'm really excited about that question. There is a very important feature here. We also do not, the commissioner has been really firm on not waiving any penalty fees on baby food items. The most vulnerable among us, once we see that individual. So we have always communicated to the retailers of the territory, those who sell products for consumption by our infants, to be very vigilant on the removal of expired items for that. It's up to $25 to $100 per item that we, for baby food.
Baby food. I know that there is a federal law that requires that those items be removed. That's the one area. So I'm happy to hear that too, that you're enforcing that, because that's very important for a vulnerable population. Most vulnerable when you think about it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Point of information, Senator Marvin Blyden. Please recognize Senator Blyden's microphone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Commissioner Hodge, happy belated birthday, by the way, but good afternoon. My colleague just spoke to weekly, you spoke to weekly inspection. How many fines have been garnered, say, for the last fiscal year, 24? And I'm asking for a reason. How many fines in respect to expired products, etc.?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, I don't have the number for just 2024. We are tracking, and it's not just for expired goods. It's also for the violations from the Consumer Affairs Division. But I have to get that breakdown to you if I can.
No problem. The reason why I'm asking, because when we started earlier, I left the chamber and I went to 4 random stores in the St. Thomas St. John districts. Of the 4 stores I went to, 2 of them had no tags in terms of pricing for the items. I bought a couple items that are expired. Other item in terms of expiration was removed. So I'm just wondering, if we are doing weekly inspections, why aren't we catching stuff like this on a regular basis? And to go further in that respect, when it comes to those items, when it comes to food in particular, what's the relationship between your department and Department of Health? Because people are getting sick around every single day. People are getting sick and we don't know why we're getting sick. I spoke yesterday about the human factor, and I drilled down on that yesterday. That's the human factor I'm speaking of. What's the relationship between DLCA and Human Services in respect to having no type of discussions when it comes to items in our stores, grocery stores that's spoiled, and we don't even know what we're drinking or eating because the date was removed or there's no date? And many people do not know what to look for. And in addition to that, what does the educational component look like in terms of educating our people to what to look for? Because me, myself, didn't know and realized that there's an expiration date on these juices right here, but it's so light you can't see it. What does the educational aspect look like coming from the department? Can you speak to that, please? Because I need to have some answers, because like I said, I just got up, went, and this is what I found.
Sure, Senator. So you asked a multifaceted amount of questions, but to answer the first one with the relationship between the Department of Health and DLCA, we check for the shelf life of the food, whereas Department of Health checks for the freshness and the quality of the food. So that's the difference there. Regarding the weekly inspections, the staff do go out weekly on both islands. I think one of the biggest issues or challenges we face is human resources only have 2 staff per island, and the staff, I won't just call them ladies, but the staff, they're not only doing inspections, they're also taking consumer complaints and investigating complaints. So like I said, they may go out weekly, but they can't go out daily, and not to every store.
I understand, and if I may, Mr. Chair, I understand what you're saying, and I do not expect them to do that. My question is, though, in terms of accountability, what is done when, for instance, I just went out and found expired stuff on the shelves? What is done at that moment with those businesses? Number one, what the procedure, what the protocol in that respect, and impact, and when it comes to health, your relationship with health, I understand their roles, but what's the conversation in terms of when you do find these type of violations, what's the dialogue in terms of what can happen to someone if they're eating foods that expired, etc.? What does dialogue look like in terms with the Department of Health to see exactly what's causing some of these ailments around here?
Okay, so regarding the dialogue with health, when we do find when we receive complaints or find freshness of food not in the best quality, we will contact health and have them go out. But if you're asking me about the dialogue to the consumer, we have done educational pushes about what to look for, such as the expired good and the shelf life of the food.
Platform, where?
And when you ask about the staff going out, and when we do find items like that, not expired, we take them off. We have them remove them, we count the items, and we cite them.
I'll continue my time. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you.
But
Mr. Chair.
I do want to say, do you have your receipt? If you have your receipt and you send me a picture of those items, I can send them out today.
I got you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for that very important point of information. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am going back to Director Lee. Is part of one of the goals of the Tax Study Commission to determine whether we should go from gross receipts tax to sales tax?
Good day, Senator. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll make some, in my mind right now, you just told me that it's tied to the bonds, the bond covenants.
Correct.
So then it's futile for them to even consider the movement from gross receipts to sales, especially if, based on what you said, it cannot be done. So please explain, enlighten me, because I was sitting here trying to figure out why do we have this? Why are we even discussing gross receipts versus sales? Please answer that for me. Thank you.
Good day, Senator. As it stands, yes, the gross receipt is tied to our bond covenants and it cannot be changed. However, there's always an opportunity to approach the bond holders and renegotiate a future path. But that would depend on their acceptance of it. So right now, to me, because mathematically it is in the best interest of the bondholders to keep the gross receipts, I don't know how they would substitute it for a sales tax unless the sales tax is unfortunately at a high rate, which I don't think is going to be acceptable.
It does say the imposition, modification, or elimination of gross receipts tax. That's what Act 3 VIC, since I'm a lawyer, I never remember these Act numbers, Section 277. I'm glad you said what you said about the renegotiation, because it seemed as if your posture before was, and it says here, we are prohibited from altering or reducing our ability to collect the full amount of gross receipts taxes. And I'm just wondering if the issue really is the amount of gross receipts taxes as opposed to the rate, the gross receipts rate. There is a difference in those words. So I just wanted to make sure that that we do not have a law, which really makes no sense if we're tasking this commission with taking a study in the modification, imposition, or elimination of gross receipts. I just wanted to make sure that here again we go down a road, a rabbit's hole for no reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James. I wanted to circle back around to DLCA just one more time. Given the challenges, Commissioner Hodge, on your team, given the challenges in fuel price regulation, right? Does DLCA believe there's a need for some legislative intervention, such as stricter oversight or more comprehensive reporting requirements for fuel distributors? What are your thoughts?
Yes, Senator, certainly this could help in the way that the information is provided, so that currently we would go out and request or do a survey, let's say fuel price survey. Perhaps we could look at making it mandatory reporting regime that fuel station owners would have to demonstrate on a daily basis or report on a daily basis their prices with the DLCA regulators or staff going out on a weekly basis to confirm that those prices are so. But if there was a mechanism for them to do so, or to ensure that they are reporting their shipping and other related costs on a regular basis, we could explore areas like that. That would give full transparency into the pricing structure on a more regular basis.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your response. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and this is such a good discussion we're having today. You know, I wanted to follow up on what you were discussing, Mr. Chairman, because, you know, in the testimony, Commissioner Hodge, right, on page 7, regarding the difference in pricing of fuel between St. Thomas and St. Croix. The reason St. Thomas is higher than St. Croix is excessive profit margin. That is the reason. St. Thomas retailers of the fuel, the gasoline, they are having an excessive profit margin. That's what it is. You know, you said it here. In St. Thomas, you don't have a clear insight into the pricing inputs that shape the fees that are paid at the pump, compared to St. Croix, where Sol Petroleum provides you detailed pricing data. In St. Croix, you get in these detailed pricing. You're not getting it in St. Thomas. It's excessive profit margin is what's happening in the pumps here in St. Thomas. Well, Sir Popa, you hear me say there. You know, I want to go, Jolie, I want to ask you a question, Director Lee. Okay, so you mentioned in your comments that the sales and gross receipt taxes can be implemented simultaneously. And I'm not one for repealing the gross receipt taxes. I think it's working. Maybe we can do something. What areas do you think would be possible where we can have a simultaneous implementation of gross receipts and sales taxes?
Good day, Senator. You know, that varies across state to state. Once again, some states do not charge sales tax on services. That meaning you have to purchase like a product to get charged sales tax. Some states exempt food from sales tax. Some states exempt clothes from sales tax. So it varies as far as, to me, when the Tax Study Commission gets together, it wouldn't make sense if we exempt everything, because then, you know, I think that will defeat the purpose if it's additional revenue is the goal. So I don't really have an answer as far as what items should be exempt or what products should be taxed at this moment. Because we don't really know the volume of the items that are being sold to the end consumer. So
I have an idea.
It would be.
I have an idea, and thanks for your comment. Because you see, the gross receipts tax is charged to the seller of the goods. You know, they're paid by the business. Whereas the sales tax is normally the buyer that's paying it. And you know, there's certain buyers in this community, right? And we have to understand it. That's why we implemented, well, I ain't gonna get into that, but there are certain people who receive a money check, not check, cash. Friday, they get a big check. And Friday afternoon, they're sending it out, okay? But they also going to the stores and buying stuff. So I have an idea. We should have a sales tax for certain goods, like say buying clothes. And those that have a local ID, a voter's registration card, a board paper, they get automatic exemption. if you don't have a voter's ID, a board paper, or some kind of driver's license, you pay the tax because we are not tapping into a lot of folks in our community that are working here and collecting money, and they're not paying that sales tax, so it's not being captured properly, and that's a big percentage of our community. When you see the amount of money that is wired out of the Virgin Islands, yeah, I know I'm going to get some enemies for that, but it's true. When you see the amount of money that's wired out of the Virgin Islands, right, it shows that people are earning money here, and it's no problem. It's your money. You can support your family. You know, we did it. You know, my father did it when, you know, my mother was living in Tatola. You know, you go through that phase. But those folks that are earning money and are buying stuff that are not captured in the gross receipts, we need to capture them in a sales tax. And if you're exempt, for example, if I go to buy something, or another senator, you have a voter's ID, you have a board paper, you have a driver's license, you're automatically exempt from the sales tax. But if you don't have one of those things, then maybe you should have to prove that you are paying that income tax, because, you know, the government is short of funds. I know it's a radical idea, but it's a way for us to increase and implement a gross receipts with the sales tax. Because right now, as it is, I'm not going to vote to repeal any gross receipts tax. Like you say, it's tied into the bond covenant, and it's working. We're doing well with the collection of the gross receipts tax. So I want to go one other quick thing here now to energy, right? You mentioned the electric vehicles.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
What do you envision with the charging stations for the electric vehicles, and how much would it cost to charge a car at the station, and how long would it take to charge? Like, say a quick charge, you need a quick boost. What would be the pricing, or is it going to be free?
So the current public charging stations that we've installed, so those are, I would not call those quick charges. Those are more like, you know, dwell charging. So that's why we place them in places like Christiansted, EDA, industrial park areas, like either workplace or kind of retail activity-based locations. We're actually going to be placing one in Fort Christian parking lot in St. Thomas. That's going to be the next site. And those are sites where people are going to be expected to spend you know, multiple hours, so whether it be shopping, doing business, working. So these aren't gas station replacement speeds from a charging standpoint. Just want to be clear. The chargers that we're putting out right now are going to be initially free. All the chargers that are out right now are free to charge. The intent is to transition to a transaction, and ideally it would be a transaction that is definitely no more than the utility rate, but we would actually interested in, we've been having discussions even with the PSC to determine whether or not we could assign specific incentive rates for electric vehicle charging as well, to help drive adoption, especially if we can promote charging during daytime hours that maximizes the availability of solar resources in the territory.
Yeah, so that's good to know that initially they're going to be free. And of course, you know, you can't do the quick charge. But how much would be a quick charge? How much minutes? Because I know my brother had 2 electric cars in California. He had 2 plugs. You plug them in, and in about 6 hours, they were fully charged. But there's quick charge. How long would be a quick charge? Because, you know, if you're in town, how long would be a quick charge station?
Yeah, so those stations, that technology does exist. It's far more expensive than what we're putting in the ground right now. And I think we also, we don't have the volume of vehicles in territory to necessarily justify it. But it is something that we have identified funding for. A quick charge would bring a car from 20 to 80% in between 20 to 30 minutes, which is, I can assure you, more than anybody would need to get anywhere in the territory. So it would essentially be able to get people to get to any destination, be able to, you know, suffice all demand. Those are more complicated projects, more complicated technology. Also, more coordination with the utility because these are high electrical demands. I mean, one of these charges pulls more than this entire building does by far. And so those are more complex projects that we have some road mapping for, but we're really trying to pick the lowest hanging fruit. And that 4 to 6 to 8 hour charge, again, that can be aligned during daytime hours, workplace charging while people are at work, people are shopping during the day. You know, those are going to be what the community gets very familiar with. And that's what we're actively deploying this year.
Yeah, well, Sapop, a quick charge, 30 minutes. I think I could walk almost anywhere in the town here in St. Thomas in 30 minutes. But yes, Mr. Chair, and yes, so I agree with Commissioner Hodge. St. Thomas retail gas price is excessive profit margin. That's the difference between St. Thomas and St. Croix, excessive profit margin. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Marvin A. Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, listening and viewing audiences, staff, central staff, and good afternoon to the testifiers. And thank you for your testimony and insight in this hearing. I know when we started off in the 36th legislature on day one, even before day one, we met in a caucus and we spoke to our mandate and we spoke to the quality of life issues. And we are going to dedicate ourselves to addressing the quality of life issues in the territory and the low-hanging fruits. And the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs plays a critical role, and they have a large responsibility. It's a lot of work. And I understand that. So when I drill down and ask on questions, please, anyone do not get offended. It ain't non-personal. I'm just trying to do my job in terms of vetting and see how we can contribute and assist in that respect. I want to make that clear. Now, let me ask you, Commissioner, in respect to your operations, your department. I know you say you have 2 individuals in St. Croix. How many individuals in terms of DLCA enforcement when it comes to inspections? How many employees do you have in the St. Thomas St. John district also? And how many employees do you have as a whole to address inspections?
Good afternoon again, Senator. When you're talking about inspections, you mean the store inspections?
Yes, Commissioner.
Consumer goods?
Yes.
So we have 2 on the island of St. Croix and 2 on the island of St. Thomas St. John district. St. John also have a St. John coordinator who also go out and inspect on behalf of the agency.
Okay, let me ask you in respect to...
So it's a total of 5.
Okay, very well. In respect to those inspections also, what's the right fit in your opinion that you need? How many more inspectors do you believe you can use for your department in order to capture the many infractions that goes on in all of these different stores in the territory? What's the right size? Do you believe you need any more inspectors for your department?
If I may, regarding, I think the right fit per district would probably be 4.
Okay.
And it's not just for the inspections, it's for the additional roles they play for the agency.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you in respect to, do you have any vacancy in that respect in those departments, or those would be no positions that would be added?
Currently, we have 1 vacancy on the island of St. Croix, and that is for the chief weights and measures.
Okay, very well. Let's go to weights and measures while I'm on that topic. I also, this morning, I left the chamber and did my own due diligence and went to 4 different gas stations. So let me ask you, first of all, before I even go there, when the inspectors inspect the pump, what type of documentation did they leave at the pump, or what the process in order for the consumer to know that the pump was inspected and to assure that what they're paying for is what they're getting? What is done? Because I know on some pumps I saw, for instance, the last time I saw an inspection on a pump was 2017. 4 pumps. One was 2017, one was 2019. I think the next one was 2020. And there's one pump I saw with an inspector signature on the pump, but the rest they don't have an inspector signature. So can you tell me what the process, how many inspectors you have for the pumps? When was the last time, in terms of your knowledge, the pumps were inspected with a sticker that had an
1
inspector
minute, 30
signature?
seconds.
And lastly, well, go there first and I'll have the last question. Answer those questions first, please. And there's a reason why I'm asking.
I'll defer to Assistant Commissioner Graham.
Yes, good day.
Good day.
Good day, Senator. Thank you for the question. The weights and measures inspectors that go out and do the inspections at the pumps, there should be a lock, a seal that is attached to the pump to confirm. And as I indicated, once that seal is affixed, if they don't tamper with the pump or if there's no modifications done, it should be in good order. When a new fuel station or if there's an issue that arises that requires an inspection, they would go out. They have the test measures that they use to confirm the quantities and make sure that the pump is pumping exactly as it is rated to do.
How often do you do those inspections at the pump? That's my question. And how do we know that the pump was inspected? That's my question, because based on what I saw, the dates were 2017, 2019. Have any inspection been done as of late? And who does those inspections?
I would have to give you an answer, get an answer back for you, Senator. I don't have the information in front of me.
Okay, let me ask you then. I mean, let's be real. Who is your inspector that goes to those pumps and does those inspections? Who does those inspections? That's the question. Who does those inspections?
Sorry, repeat that.
Who does the inspection at the pump? And do you have someone?
Our weights and measures inspectors, yes. Our weights and measures inspectors conduct the inspection of the pumps.
When was the last time, in terms of your schedule, you have a schedule, correct, for the different gas stations in your shop, correct? So you know who does what, when, and why. So through the chair, can you send a schedule, please? Through the chair, can you send a schedule of the inspections for the last 3 months in the St. Thomas, St. John District and the St. Croix District, and who did those inspections? And lastly, based on what I saw and the pictures I took, because I'm going to send them to you, the pictures I took, only one pump had a seal with a signature that says weights and measure and the inspector's signatures. The other pumps did not have it. Does that mean the person was certified? What's the difference when you see a sticker with a inspector signature and those without? What does that mean? Do they have to be certified? Do you have certified ones? Do you have other that's not certified? Can you explain that to me, please?
Yeah, Senator, I am not certain as to the difference that you speak about with the signature. I do know that the seal is placed on the pump. It has the DLCA information, and it's a tamper-resistant seal that's affixed to the pumps.
So the green seal that has the month and it had the year, what is that seal for? The green one, the small green round seal.
Right, right. That one indicates the time when the inspection was completed and that the pump was certified.
So how often are they supposed to be certified? That's what I'm trying to find out, because like I said, some said 2017, some said 2019.
Like I said, it was right as needed. So basically, when that pump is put into service, if there is no reason for it to there's no indication of it going bad. I don't know that our team goes out and inspects every single pump every year. And so, but I'll get to you. I think you did request clarification as to how often those are inspected, and I'll be happy to provide that information.
And also a copy of the policy. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Kurt Violet, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and once again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Quickly, Mr. Fleming, in reference, you asked a question in reference to the solar field in Hogansburg coming online. The board or WAPA haven't done an analysis to see what is going to be the cost savings once they come online?
The board has not. The board has not.
Has WAPA done an analysis to see what the cost saving is going to be?
I would say that there has. Well, yeah, I'm not one that has been presented specifically to the board on that particular site and what the impact is.
So the site in Petronella was what? How much megawatts?
So it was 17 megawatts installed, 10 megawatts of DC power, and then 10 megawatts available to the grid.
And then Petronella is going to be how much?
The Petronella is 17, the Hogansburg is 22.
Okay, and we don't have a cost analysis as to when we get those solar fields online as to what is going to be the reduction in fuel at the Christiansted power plant?
So we know that the cost per unit of energy for those solar farms is approximately 11.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And right now, using propane and diesel, it's produced at what? It's approximately a little over 20 cents a kilowatt hour.
And we have not been able to work out what is the cost savings and how we're going to be able to recoup monies?
Yeah, so I guess not essentially, I haven't seen it personally laid out.
Okay, that's good. The board need to know all of that information because we have everything that's coming online, the Watsillas, everything, and we need to know what is the savings that's going to take place. How are they going to be able to recapture some of the monies that they were not collecting because of the increase in fuel? All of that need to be figured out, and we need to have timetable. I think that a big issue we have in the Virgin Islands is that we're doing stuff, but we're not utilizing the data to drive future decisions and make sure that the cost is allowable. Now, in reference to the gross receipt versus sales tax, and the gross receipt generate, if you look at the collections report for internal revenue, it collects like 35 to 36% of the total revenues collected by internal revenue. So it's substantial. It's not a little bit of money. It's very substantial. One of the issues we have in the Virgin Islands is just individuals being honest and paying their fair share of taxes. And if you flip to a sales tax and you don't have a way to monitor and make sure that every single entity is going to pay, that there's a device and a register that's going to tell the government of the Virgin Islands as to how much sales tax they collected for that period of time, we're going to lose substantial monies. So that must be in place. And right now, there are individuals not paying the gross receipt tax. So you have a catch-22 because they're charging more for the item in their store because they're saying that they got to pay taxes, and then they're not paying the gross receipt tax on the back end, so they get it away free. They're using a justification for high prices, and then they're not paying it. So we have to be able to define clearly under internal revenue how much is it going to take for us to hire individuals that will be able to monitor some of these cash transactions. You don't have to be at an entity all year to monitor them, but you could send somebody on a weekly basis just for 1 week and monitor the cash transaction and then multiply it out. Yeah, we have that 1 week, we capture it because there's too much individuals that are not paying taxes. And if we do that, we're going to see the tax rules increase immediately. And it's going to justify also hiring those individuals. Because if we hire $700,000 worth of personnel and they could capture $10 million in taxes, we have a profit of 9.3, but we're allowing individuals not to pay their fair share of tax, and it's not fair to those entities that are paying the tax on a regular basis. So budget season is coming up. Let's devise a plan as to how we can make sure that we're going to capture these taxes by close monitoring. Somebody standing up by the taxi stand at the airport in St. Thomas. All you need to stand is 2 days, stand 2 days in a week. They're going to determine how much money they're making on average, and they make more on weekends. And then we charge that out. Because the issue is, nobody wants to pay their fair share, but everybody expects services from the government. And the government is run on taxes. I hear that kind of, let's rebate it. Government is run on taxes. If you decrease your collection, you decrease in healthcare, education, everything else. So we got to make sure that that is done. Now to the gasoline quickly. When we passed the Lime Tree Agreement, we made sure that we set the fee for the rack. That Lime Tree could not charge more than the cost of the commodity, transportation, and then a 10% markup. So we limit that. So they can't charge what they want. They have to charge based on what this legislature mandated. And we did that behind the scenes because they didn't come with that. And we told them that was an agreement. They had to agree to that for us to pass the agreement. Now in St. Thomas and for a lot of the other gas stations, they're bringing in these tanks. Are we capturing the 14 cents, Mr. Lee, and all of these, what do you call them, EXO tanks? ISO tanks. Are we capturing that 14 cents on those tanks?
The 14 cents is the tax passed on to the to the purchaser. So yes, we do capture that. Retailer, correct?
The retailer or the wholesaler?
Retailer, because they pass that on to.
So every retailer in St. Thomas directly paying the 14 cents based on the volume that
they pass that cost when you buy your gas. You get charged that 14 cents, which they then submit to us.
Okay. And St. Croix, how do you know whether or not they're purchasing from the rack or the ISO? Because they consider purchasing from the rack where it's already included, but they bring in the ISO tank in, so it's not charged, so they're not paying. How do we make sure that every single gas station that we know whether they're purchasing from the rack or they're bringing in ISO tanks?
So the gas stations remit their paperwork to the rack, which then submits it to us.
So you're comfortable?
Yes.
That we're collecting what we're supposed to?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, not to interrupt, on St. Croix, that organization is very strict on that.
Now, I was reading some data here and I was I was very surprised that we literally have the second lowest gasoline tax in the nation. The lowest right now is, I had it somewhere, I think it's Alaska. Yeah, 8 cents, as almost 9 cents. And then second would be the Virgin Islands at 14 cents. And then it goes on to 18, it goes on to 68. But when you look at some data, you're seeing a state like Florida where the tax is 38 cents, but the price of regular fuel is $3.03. You look at Indiana, where the tax is 66 cents, but the price of fuel is $3.22. So we have to look at all of the factors, and we need to really sit down and have a serious discussion. We do know that operating business in the Virgin Islands is different, but we have to look at all of the factors and make sure that we're able to capture all the outstanding monies that are not coming to the government on a regular basis. I think it's important. We heard about the tax commission, but I'm a little leery about the tax commission. And I'm leery that we might not have some recommendations coming in that might not be in the best interest of the government of the Virgin Islands, but in the best interest of the private sector. And then the government of the Virgin Islands could literally collapse. So we got to be careful. Now, in reference to the last topic, I don't know if my time was called, we have an agreement to Airbnb where they remit the hotel occupancy tax back to the government of the Virgin Islands. Legislation was passed to try to go into negotiation with those other sharing companies. How is that going, Verbo and those others? Have we been successful in trying to come to an agreement?
To be honest, the answer is no. Unfortunately, unlike the first one you indicated, they willingly partnered with the VI government, I think more with the tourism sector to kind of to be one of our promoters for them. So they willingly complied or volunteered to do that. Although a law was passed for the others, the problem that we've been having, and we have some other mechanism in place, is they're not based in the VI.
None of them are.
Correct.
Airbnb isn't also.
Correct, but they voluntarily made an agreement, once again, before my time, to partner up with the government to then offer that feature to their platform.
Legally, can we prohibit the others from operating if they don't come into an agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands? Have you legally, sir? I know some states have been looking at legislation where they're mandating that they pay, and if they don't, have we looked at any other jurisdiction that has been successful in mandating that if they don't have an agreement with the government, they can't operate?
I'm not an attorney. I don't know how you can prevent it since they operate in the virtual world. You can't serve them any document, you can't arrest them, you can't ban them, you can't revoke their license. They simply are not a physical presence here. I think we did try years ago to contact them, and a couple of them are based in Europe, totally out of our jurisdiction.
Yeah, well, we just need to look at, I have seen some jurisdiction that have brought lawsuits against those companies for refusing to pay taxes, and sometimes a good little lawsuit brings about a lot of results in terms of forcing them to come to the table and make an agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Violet. Senator Avery L. Lewis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Been a long day, but we're doing good.
We're doing good.
A healthy discussion. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Ms. Director Fleming, on page 3 of your testimony, you talked about these chargers. Do you have potential spots where you're going to place the balance of them?
Yeah, so right now in St. Thomas, we have, there's going to be 6 cables, 6 ports at the Fort Christian parking lot. We were actually able to kind of coordinate with DPW and their ongoing improvement for that site to ensure that we could incorporate chargers there, which is actually a great interagency collaboration, and look forward to doing more of that. The other sites that we identified is also the Niski Shopping Center is one of our desired locations, as well as on the East End. We're gaining approval right now for some sites in the Red Hook area. So trying to, again, distribute them across the island in high traffic locations. Those are the primary targets.
And these are paid charges, right? When they pull up there, they have to pay to be charged, right?
Right now, no. So on initial release, they're actually going to be free charging.
Okay. Currently, you have any more government vehicles on order through any of your grants, anything?
Sorry, I misheard. I couldn't hear you.
Currently, you have any more government vehicles on order or through your grants or anything?
So not on order as of today, but we do have funding for vehicles. We have funding for electric vehicles, and we have funding to offset the cost of agencies that are budgeted to purchase vehicles. We don't have any on order, but we do have funding. We're meeting with a number of different agencies. We're essentially putting together a order list, and we'll look forward to executing on another bulk procurement here soon.
Yeah. So while you're in the conversation and having that, creating your list, don't forget the legislature, okay? Charging stations and vehicle, you know? All right, good.
Well, the good thing would be that if we are able to put one by Fort Christian, I mean, it's high.
No.
Very close
Put it in
proximity
our
to
yard, man. Put it in the yard across the street. Ain't too far.
Understood.
Commissioner Hodge, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Yes, you know, consumer protection is part of my committee. So let's have a conversation. In page 2 or 3 in your testimony, you talked about the consumer protection law and the unfair trade practices law. Help me to understand, to help the community to understand. A lot of times we go to restaurants, businesses, let me say businesses, period, here in the Virgin Islands. And right now, a lot of these individuals are charging us a 3% charge as we use credit cards. You want to expound on this a little bit? I know in places like Puerto Rico, they don't have like a surcharge fee and so forth. But a lot of consumers, and to include me, when I go places now, these things are built in. You and I have had off-record conversation, but just enlighten the community of what is expected or what is in licenses purview as it pertains to this.
Sure, Senator, but I'll defer to my legal counsel to respond.
Good afternoon, Senator. Geraldine Vaval, General Counsel, Licensing and Consumer Affairs. So whatever charges that the restaurant wants to charge the consumers, they have to let them know in advance. The law requires that it has to be prominently posted. The first time that the consumers are seeing the charge cannot be when they get their bill. So it must be on their menu or posted prominently somewhere in the restaurant.
So just to have this conversation, I did some research and I've been speaking with the banks, and the machines them that particularly do not belong to our local banks, our banks in the Virgin Islands,
1 minute, 30
are
seconds.
the machines that do not require that 3% charges. It's the machines them that belongs to those private entities and so forth. Is consumer aware of this?
I don't understand the question, sir.
I am stating.
Repeat it again.
Stating, I didn't really want to call nobody name on the record. The machines that belongs to like Banco and First Bank and so forth, the credit card machines, they don't charge you a fee when you utilize their credit card using those machines. But the other one that belongs to other private entities, they charges you that fee. I'm asking, is the department aware of this?
Yes, Senator. We actually had a recent conversation with the Attorney General's office, and that is something that we're going to be looking into.
Well, all right. My time is about to call soon, so I'll go to the Director of OMB and Finance. As key figures in managing the territory's finances, how do you feel about the potential implementation of a sales tax in the Virgin Islands? Do you believe it would be a sustainable and effective source of revenue? And what impact do you foresee it having on the overall economic health of the territory? Anyone? Or both?
Senator, when it comes to a sales tax, we got to be very careful of how we implement it. One. Two, is really the best implementation I've seen so far is specifically targeted if you're going to do a sales tax. Maybe something that we don't capture right now, which is a leakage. One senator mentioned basically the mail order tax, where you could capture revenue that from basically you get revenue from Amazon, that basically when people order stuff from Amazon or other items like Target and Walmart. But to actually implement a sales tax, no. Sales tax basically would add to the effect of gross receipts at this point to have both. So I would say it's prohibitive at this point for me to actually say, well, yes, sales tax would be better than gross receipts, or have it attached besides gross receipt. My thing is to look at places that we don't get revenue and attach the sales tax there. I think that's the best option.
Okay, and
Time.
just, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, and just to add to, I think, to what Mr. Lee was going down, Director Reimer, so we, along the lines of saying if we was to consider this exemption, this implementation, and we'd have to consider exemptions like or lowering taxes, rates on certain items, like particularly basic everyday needs, or necessities like food, medicine, and utilities. So that's along the lines you're going to that would caution us from, expound on that a little.
I would caution you to actually look at gross receipts and not eliminate. You can't eliminate gross receipts. You understand there's some dynamics here you need to understand. The gross receipt, despite being regressive, it generates probably 40% of our revenues. One. Two, when you also look at gross receipts as a whole, yes, if you reduce the rate, as the one senator was implying, remember, even if you reduce it 1%, you receive 20% of your revenue goes away for the government. That quickly, by reducing 1% of gross receipt. That means you're still paying the bonds out for the next 20 to 30 years. But then, so here it is. Remember, the bonds, actually gross receipt is collected. It goes into a locked box up front. The bondholders get paid first, and then the balance is remitted to the government. So the remainder of those funds, it would actually give us less funds to actually operate the government with. I always have to remember that. So when we look at gross receipts, that's very that's something that we really need to not to touch unless we do comprehensive study going forward. In regards to a sales tax, what I'm saying to you is, if you go and say you order goods from Amazon, here it is, we don't have a tax. But lots of time when Amazon don't ship to the Virgin Islands, we ship it to a relative in a state that has tax and get charged a tax anyway. Yeah. So we could look at a structure where here it is, we implement a sales tax on something like that. And we just have to study it to determine how much goods and how much revenue you'll actually generate to something like that.
Yes. Thank you, Director Raymond. Mr. Chair, I just had one burning question, and that would be it for me for today. Mr. Lee, Director Lee. As I read the news this morning, and I see that some countries are rebelling against the tariffs that the current administration is implementing, the Trump administration. How might the 25% tariffs on Mexico and Canada affect the cost of goods imported to the U.S. Virgin Islands, particularly essential items that are often sourced from these countries? What do you see the damage being? I mean, let's educate the community. It's going to happen the way how things are looking.
Good day, Senator. The thing is, we don't have a direct import line from Mexico, I think, as you mentioned. And I think, just to be clear, that tariff will be more on the custom duties side. But clearly, any increase in tariffs would then trickle down to the consumer in any scenario. If it's a 25% tariff on a good that's being brought in, I would have to imagine the vendor of that good. Let's use TVs, for example. I think Best Buy imports a TV from China, and Best Buy has to pay 25% to bring it in the U.S. Then most likely, I have to assume when they sell it on to us or the consumer, we will then be faced to pay that increase as well. So,
I thank you for your response, but I think at times we just have to be open to what's going on around us, our surroundings. Now, what happened on the mainland definitely affects us here eventually. So we just have to brace ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the flexibility. Thank you, testifiers. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Central staff. Thank you to my staff. Have a great day.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Vice President, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. How are you doing? Hopefully you all had an opportunity to eat today. Still now? Wow. Yesterday they kept you here all day. It's now 2 o'clock. And still, let's see. I was listening to the discussion here today, and most of the questions, I'm number 14 to speak, so most of the questions have already been asked. But I was thinking back and had a conversation with someone earlier talking about the Puerto Rico tax system and looking where Puerto Rico back in 2006 or thereabout had implemented the sales tax. And then even thereafter, somewhere in 2015, they came up with the VAT, which was the value-added tax. And I'm wondering whether or not anyone from IRB or any of the government agencies actually did a research to see what their experience is in Puerto Rico.
Good day, Senator. Director Joel Lee from the Bureau of Internal Revenue. The answer is no.
All right. Are you aware of these taxes that I'm talking about?
Yes, I mean, I'm familiar. Essentially, the sales tax is what we're talking, and Puerto Rico's rate, if I'm not mistaken, is 11.5. And I remember when that got implemented, that it caused a bit of an uproar eventually it simmered down and it's just part of life on Puerto Rico now.
What efforts, if any, have been actually made to reach out to companies offering short-term rentals and whatnot in the Virgin Islands in an attempt to collect any taxes?
Yeah, so currently we have a firm that is being finalized through the Department of Justice as far as their contract to take a more aggressive stance. An independent, primarily attorneys, because in a nutshell, while IRB has attempted to reach out to these entities, we haven't really gotten any responses, and unfortunately, they're outside of our jurisdiction. They're virtual. They don't have a building here. They don't need a license here as such, and they're essentially middlemen to the process. So now we do have a firm that is being vetted to then take a more aggressive approach to expand whatever legal resources are needed.
You know, and as I listen to today's hearing and even during the budget season, I continue to believe that we underutilize existing laws so much here in the territory. We have a lot of laws on the books, and two problems that I see is, one, enforcement and collections. And, you know, just looking at these two, the efforts are just weak. If we were to enforce what's currently on the books, we will be in a much better place, much better footing. Seems like we have just too many missed opportunities on our hands. So enforcement-wise, collection-wise, I'm pleading again with all those responsible to let's be a bit more aggressive and utilize what you have currently on the books. If there's anything on the books that are antiquated that you believe should change, then bring that to our attention immediately. But we must do what we have to do. And again, enforcement and collections is at the bottom of the pit.
1
right
minute,
about
30
now.
seconds.
And we need to be more aggressive on this front. So I ask you all to please take a look at this, review the laws, and do what you were sworn to do what you have accepted to do when you took on these positions. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Giddens. Colleagues, we are winding down. I wanted to ask Commissioner Hodge regarding, we are rapidly approaching a hurricane season. In anticipation of the hurricane season, I know that Total Energy stated it increases fuel stock to prevent shortages. Does DLCA have any regulatory oversight to ensure that this practice is consistently applied? Is there a role for DLCA, in this arena?
Good afternoon, Senator. Currently, no. That's something they do on their own, and they share that with us as part of their consumption, the storage that they would bring in, I believe, bi-weekly amount of fuels, and they store up during hurricane time.
Okay. So there aren't really any safeguards in place to prevent fuel supply shortages. I mean, from a DLCA perspective, there aren't really any safeguards that why do I want to say DPNR? DLCA, from a regulatory standpoint, can put in place to prevent supply disruptions in the event of a natural disaster.
No,
it is really
for
a
the supply
voluntary process.
disruption.
Okay.
Right, no.
Okay. Thank you for that. My final question, given the significant disparities in prices in districts, what specific policy recommendations would DLCA propose to address this inequity or inequality for consumers? Is there anything that's within your control?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to know if there is anything that you can do as DLCA, a regulatory entity here in this territory. Is there anything that you would be able to do to safeguard against the price disparities that we see between districts?
So without the cost analysis that we have ongoing, I would say no. But what I would say to the viewing, to you senators and the viewing audience is, I think if we increase competition, I think we will be able to prevent that price control.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your response. Point of information, Senator Lewis.
Good afternoon once again. Commissioner Hodge, if I may ask, as the previous speaker spoke and asked, as we're approaching this hurricane season, just educate me and the community. It's been stated in not this particular testimony, but in previous testimony from DLCA that you guys only are able to check certain things as it pertains to price gouging when the governor declares a state of emergency during a disaster, right? Correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And how do you check? Like, help me to know, how do you check that to make sure it's price gouging? You ask for a previous manifest, or you ask prior to the hurricane? I don't know. I'm just asking. What is a procedure in that process to make sure to check price gouging?
Sure. Beginning June 1, at the beginning of hurricane season, the law is require all establishments, and whether in retail, whether in the construction trade, they're supposed to submit to the DLCA their price list the first of every month until November 1st. So when that happens, and God forbid, an event happen, and the governor declare a state of emergency, we already have that information at the beginning of the month what the price is. So if it changes during the declaration, we will know there was price gouging happening or occurring.
And I would imagine that, you ask for it to June 1, but if God forbid something happened September, you may request the most recent one in August or something. You said it, I know a lot of times people slack and don't readily give the information. Sometimes you have to get it prior out of them. What do you do? Help me out, please.
They're required to submit it monthly, and we do have establishments that are sent it throughout the entire year. The first of the month, we're still getting price lists. So we file that. If we do find them in violation, they are penalized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Point of information. Point of information.
Senator Carla Joseph, point of information, then Senator Novel Francis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. My question goes to Commissioner Kevin McCurdy with the ad hoc tax study commission that you formed that comprises of yourself, IRB, also OMB, and the AG office. Have you also included the Lieutenant Governor's office as part of that whole ad hoc committee? And the reason I'm asking this is because we have a number of property owners who have income rentals. And I'm not sure if all of them are being honest to report that rental income on their tax returns. And I know this is from conversation I've had with personnel at the Lieutenant Governor's office. So is that something that you are looking at including?
Yes, the tax collector's office is a part of the ad hoc, as you put it, rightfully, group that we have going.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner McCurdy, as we're having this conversation about the economic pressures impact on our community, I wanted to ask you if there's any update in terms of vendor payment. Have we made any inroads in being able to pay out some of the pending vendors payment, again, to ensure that we have financial circulation within our community?
Yes, we have. We've paid last week $20 million in vendor payments and allotment.
Very well, and some of that was local vendor payment as well?
Of course, yes.
Thank you. All right, good. That's good news. Any word on income tax refund in the near future?
Good day, Senator. I always appreciate that question when I'm with my colleagues at OMB and Department of Finance, because once again, while I am responsible for collecting and ultimately assigning who gets paid, they have a better bird's eye view of seeing the whole needs across the government. So they are probably in a better position to tell you when or if they see any opportunity in the near future. So I'll defer to them.
Commissioner, any insights on that?
There's always opportunities. Whether or not we'll be able to seize them is a different story. So, but we'll keep trying to get those tax refunds out. You know, it's important for folks to get the money in the pocket. So we'll continue to do that, especially with Carnival coming up in maybe a month or weeks.
Thank you for that. And of course, we're working in the body to make sure that we're also addressing the retroactive pay while we at it. So, we're equally working in lockstep with the financial team to make sure we get some money out there. So thank you very much for your response. And thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to tie a ribbon around this meeting today, this committee of the whole meeting today. I want to really thank you all for being here, for actively participating in this very important meeting. I want to thank the members of the executive branch who were here, who spent some time with us to provide some very important information. As you know, yesterday we focused on consumer goods, housing, and utilities. Today we turned our attention to high gas prices and our tax system. We heard from economists, we heard from industry leaders, regulatory agencies, local businesses, we heard from the Chamber of Commerce. Cost of living and the pressures that come with it is something that every Virgin Islander experiences, every single one of us. So finding a space where we can identify ways to bring some ease to the people of the Virgin Islands, things that are within our control, that is really our goal. This is not the last meeting of this sort that we will have, and you can't, find a solution and solve this problem in 1 2 days. It's going to take a lot more cooperation, collaboration, and brain power, and we hope we're going to engage in that in the very near future. Thank you, colleagues, for some very thoughtful dialogue, insights, and discussions. And before we officially adjourn this meeting, I'm going to have our testifiers just do a quick 30-second wrap-up conversation with us. Beginning with Anne St. Croix, maybe we can begin the way we started. We started out with Commissioner Hodge, I think, first, and then we'll go to the Energy Office, Director Fleming, Director Lee, and then we'll circle to St. Thomas. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'd like your indulgence because I have a little bit more than 30 seconds. I want to say, as we enter into the month of March, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight 2 important observances that play a vital role for DLCA in ensuring fairness, transparency, and trust in the marketplace, and that's the Weights and Measures Week that began March 1st to March 7th, and Consumer Protection Week, March 2nd to March 8th. Thus, this week, to further engage with our community, the dedicated team of the Consumer Affairs Division are out conducting outreach initiatives to local schools and senior citizens. They're providing valuable information and resources to help protect these vulnerable groups. I want to express my deepest gratitude to this team, Natasha Harrigan on St. Croix, Dido O'Reilly on St. Croix, Natasha Smith, and Julian Williams on St. Thomas. And that's Consumer Affairs. Regarding to Weights and Measures, I have Charisma Norton and Dion Van Holten for their hard work and their unwavering support. To this committee, I would like to thank you for yesterday and today's healthy discussion in trying to understand the dynamics involved in the cost of consumer goods and fuel in the territory. To my DLCA team, thank you for everything and your constant support. We look forward to continuing collaboration on promoting economic fairness and consumer confidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hodge. Thank you for spending these last 2 days with us. We are extremely appreciative for your contributions today. Director Fleming.
Thank you. Thank you for the entire legislative body for entertaining the Energy Office the last 2 days. I just want to close. I'll keep it short. You made the statement relative to trying to address the things we can control. As I mentioned in my testimony, I know while it may not be apparent to everyone within the community, we do have the power to control the cost of electricity in the territory. As such, it is one of the reasons why I think we should be hyper-focusing on how we deploy technologies that leverage the things we can't control, and it's why we're so adamant in finding creative ways to make the adoption of electric vehicles in this renewably energy abundant tropical location a reality that is far more abundantly and ubiquitously adopted across our community. And look forward to working with the legislature to identify, as they did in Act 7075, 16 years ago, there was already foresight into the opportunity. We're here, a quantum leap in technology today, and I can only imagine the type of legislation that we can craft, and we look forward to certainly bringing some recommendations forward as we try to create sustainable models for adoption here in the territory as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions, Director Fleming. We look forward to more significant interactions with you and the Energy Office. Director Lee?
Good afternoon, Senators. Once again, I thank you for always the opportunity to come down here and share my perspective of things. We, as the finance team, continue to look forward to being able to collaborate with the Senate body and be able to make some real progress to better our Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Lee. You speak for the finance team? Y'all good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Point of personal privilege, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I am wearing red today to stand with our brothers and sisters across the state and our territory for their support of the Department of Education through the American Federation of Teachers. Nationwide, we are wearing red to show solidarity against the attacks on education, including the threat of disbanding the Department of Education that advocates, administers, and monitors funding for our programs and our children in the territory. So hashtag, everybody, red for ed. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for this point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much Senator Carla Joseph. Point of personal privilege, Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I have to say a happy 96th birthday to Bishop William Industrious, his daughter Rehemia, and the whole clan. I know the Honorable Senator, female senator from St. John, Democrat, renamed the road there in front of Weeks Bakery. Bovoni, that's right, the senator from Bovoni. I don't know, I think I must be thinking about winner, but congratulations, happy birthday, Pastor Bishop William Industrious, and may you live to see many, many, many more blessings. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much. Before we conclude,
Point of personal privilege.
before we conclude, Senator, 1 second, Senator. Go ahead, Senator Franklin Johnson. You go ahead. Your point of personal privilege.
I definitely want to reach out to me and Senator Francis' brother, Mr. Davila, Louis Davila, made 90 today. Anita Davila, husband, want to wish him a happy birthday. Happy birthday, Louis. Hope you live to see many more. The brothers them are saying hello to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. And we want to just end by wishing a welcome home to the Virgin Islands National Guard's 786 Combat Sustainment Support Battalion, 631st Engineer Company. They returned home on March 1st, 2025, after completing a 10-month deployment across Djibouti and other African nations in support of U.S. military operations and applied partnerships. Congratulations. Thank you very much for your service, ladies and gentlemen. The Committee of the Whole meeting of March 4th, 2025 is hereby adjourned.